Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members and Mr. Brown. Am I audible?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, you are. Thanks, Chairperson. We currently have six members present. I'm sure one or two of them are still joining us.
Okay, can we, in the meantime, flight the agenda? Okay, thank you. Warm of the Portfolio Committee and the team from the Department of Basic Education is led by the Minister. I know we've got an apology of the Deputy Minister that she's going to join us a bit later. And of course, the DG leading the team as well. And good morning to our support staff and the other stakeholders that have joined this first term meeting. I've seen equal education as part of the stakeholders joining the meeting. Warm welcome to all of you, and we do hope that you had a pleasant festive break and that we've all rested and we are re-energized for this year ahead. The agenda is flighted on the screen, and of course we've sent out to members the two reports that we are going to also process and adopt today. Just safe to say, as a form of welcoming remarks, to say that firstly, we wish to send our heartfelt condolences to Sistela, who lost her mother during the festive season on the 31st of December. Sistela, on behalf of the committee, we are really sending our condolences and we are sending you strength and we are wishing you and your family comfort during this difficult period. We also want to start this meeting by congratulating the DBE on the most improved matric results and the overall management of the examination period. We've noted that the schooling system has been built over the years to withstand various challenges. We would have seen with COVID, We are seeing now with prevalences of extreme weather conditions that affects our infrastructure in schools. And of course, now we are dealing with the budget cuts crisis. But amidst all this, DBE and the schooling system and the sector as a whole has really built a foundation where it is able to withstand these challenges, and it continues to improve the performance of matric learners year in and year out. And of course, we are also noting the bachelor admission passes that are significantly improving. And we want to commend DBE as on behalf of the committee for this improvement. And of course, we are mostly encouraged, of course, by the performance of the quintile 1 and quintile 3 schools that are found in the most poorest communities. And we want to say the efforts of both the 6th administration and the current administration are clearly visible through these outcomes. We also look forward as a committee to effectively conduct oversight on the work of DBE to ensure that a sustained upward trajectory is achieved. We reflecting just on the outcomes and the improvement, we are elated that, of course, other provinces continue to perform very well, the likes of the Free State. However, we're concerned about the number of bachelor admission passes in the Free State. They are receiving most number of learners that have passed. However, in terms of the bachelor admission passes, they are lagging behind. And we do hope that DP has already had a conversation with the province to improve in that regard. But we still congratulate them for sustaining the pass rates that they and for improving as well the pass rates. We've also noted that in terms of STEM subjects and performance, certain provinces keep on doing well, your likes of Limpopo, Gauteng, and your Eastern Cape. And we're saying to DBE, we hope that we will put additional support towards those provinces, because seemingly it looks like the uptake of learners in those provinces to take up those subjects is there. We just need to really continue. I don't know who's unmuted. Can you please mute? We've already started the meeting. So we do hope that DBE gives additional support to these provinces where there is serious uptake in terms of learners who are doing the STEM subjects. We give them additional support so that we can improve this interest and this uptake. We also a bit concerned about the special schools, schools of learners with special needs, and the status of the results in those schools, that we need to really work hard to improve that. And we are, of course, motivated or encouraged by the performance of the progressed learners and second chance learners. And we do hope that in this 2025, we'll be monitoring how the department is going to give additional support to these learners so that we can see the numbers improving even further. Honorable members, we are today starting this term, and we are having our first meeting of the term, and we're going to be focusing on the state of school readiness. You would have noticed that many members of parliament across have been conducting school monitoring visits in schools, and we've received reports. Some of the reports are really concerning. We must say that the reflections or the observation of majority of the members of parliament are really raising concerns, and this is with the state of infrastructure in our schools. They were raising concerns, of course, with many other issues that members will engage with the department, I hope, today. So we are going to be focusing on the ECD progress, the mass registration of the ECD centers. We want to get progress update, and the LTSM and the NSNP and Scholar Transport. We do hope that as well the department takes us through on the Bella Act and the implementation progress as to what are the challenges and as well as the two sections which our understanding is that there's going to be regulations, and we want to understand that process and how far that process is, because we want and we would want to say it upfront that that process should be finalized as swiftly as possible. And of course, just a brief update on the engagements with PEDs and all stakeholders on the implementation of the act, since it has been assented, will really assist this committee. So with those few remarks, colleagues, it's really just to welcome you to this first time meeting and to say that you are warmly welcome. We are going to stick to our established rules. So we're going to give the DBE time to present, and we will really still stick to the timelines that we've already established as our norms in the previous term. So moving from here, Mr. Brown, do we have any apologies? I know, as I've said, that I've received only one apology from myself from the DM that she is going to join the meeting a bit later. Mr. Brown?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members, Minister, Deputy Minister. Chair, just on the attendance register, let me just give it to you. It's yourself, Honorable Maimela, Honorable Low, Honorable Nchaba Nchaba, Honorable Mabagagagula, Honorable Christians, Dr. Christians, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Gasa, Honorable Shikwombana, Honorable Komane, Honorable Ngobeni. I know that Honorable Nchaba has indicated that she's not well, but she has logged into the meeting, Chair. She may have to leave us a bit earlier. And as you indicated, DG is currently on oversight. I think he's in the on learner support programs. But I think he's also joined us, but he may have to also leave us during his engagements. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Those are our apologies, members of the committee. That is our agenda for today. We've shared it and we've already as well adopted this program.
Sorry to interject, Chair. It's Honorable Shoma as well. I'm available here. I see Mr. Brown has skipped me. Thank you.
It's Honorable
Shoma, Crosby Vusi Shoma.
Honorable Shoma.
Yes.
Okay, noted. Honorable Shoma is also in the meeting. Yeah. Okay, that is noted. So we take it that we are adopting the agenda, honorable members, because we've really already engaged on this program and we've adopted the program of the term. Minister and your team, we are going to hand over to yourselves to take us through your presentation of the day. Over to you.
Very good morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. It's good to be with you at the beginning of a new year, and obviously the beginning of the 2025 academic year. Firstly, I think I would like to say on behalf of the sector, on behalf of the DBE, that thank you for your words of congratulations to the class of 2024. I think that they've certainly made the country proud. But, you know, it would be amiss of us to not recognize that this result is through years of investment in the system over time. And we are seeing it now really trying to and bearing fruit. So I must pay tribute to those who have come before and those who've been in the system for many, many years for the work that they've done to get us to this result. And of course, the other matter, Chairperson, that I thought it would be important, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, to update the Portfolio Committee on. It is really with regards to the implementation of the Bella Act, and where we are with that process. You will recall at the end of last year, the act was commenced with, so it is now fully operational as an act of parliament as we speak. We are now obviously in the process of drafting regulations that will be out for public comment. We would encourage members of parliament to very much be part of that process and to give us those public comments. I had indicated and committed at the end of last year that we would essentially make sure that we are publishing these regulations before June, because we're really trying to make sure that we create some legal certainty within the sector. But in addition to that, Chair, because regulations take some time for us to come up with regulations and get them drafted, because it's part of the lawmaking process, but also it's a legal requirement that takes some time. Because that is going to take at least a couple of months, we wanted to make sure that there are guidelines that are sent to schools to guide SGBs, principals, schools generally on how best to navigate the new act. And so we are in the process of getting that done, and we are hopeful that we will be able to send those guidelines to schools and to provinces alike within the next couple of weeks. So that's where we are, Chairperson, and the drafting process on the regulations is moving at pace. I'm quite happy Mr. Ndlebe and the team are really working around the clock to make sure that those regulations are ready to go out for public comment. With regards to the agenda for today, Chairperson, on the state of readiness for the 2025 academic year, as we approach the reopening of our schools, our focus has been really to make sure that there is smooth, efficient, and a well-prepared start to the school year. At the end of last year, I convened a special CEM, a Council for Education Ministers, essentially where we were going through what it is that we were expecting them to be ready with in the new year. Because while we know, and I think the committee is very fully aware, that there are massive challenges in terms of finances and fiscal constraints and the like, but it was important for us to make sure that provinces are giving us, the reports that we need to see whether or not that they are ready for the 2025 academic year. Because of course, Chair, education is immediately realizable. And so on the first day of school, we need to make sure that all our ducks are in a row. So in this briefing, we will provide a comprehensive overview of our readiness across key areas. So we're going to be looking at learner admission and placement. We're going to be looking at the provisioning of teachers and vacancies. We're going to be looking at the delivery of LTSM, which is the learning and teaching and support material. We're going to be looking at early child development expansion. We're going to be looking at the implementation of the National School Nutrition Program, of school infrastructure and learner transport, advancements in ICT in schools, and any other key updates on readiness. So we believe that these are the key elements that members of parliament should have, or at least they should have a good oversight in. And so as of the 15th of January, 99.2% of new learners have been placed in schools. However, 0.8% remain unplaced, primarily due to factors such as late applications, parental requests for specific schools, migration between provinces. And we also need to acknowledge that admission pressure is arising also from the limited availability of public schools. And this reinforces the need for provinces to continue building new public infrastructure and existing public school infrastructure to alleviate the admission pressure. But of course, as the committee knows, that becomes difficult because of our tough financial constraints. Then, with teacher provisioning, all provinces have completed their post-establishment planning to ensure that schools have the necessary teaching staff. While there are permanent vacancies in some provinces, including KZN and Eastern Cape, the respective PEDs have confirmed that they currently have warm bodies acting in these roles to make sure that the teacher-learner ratio remains as balanced as possible and that school management functions are not negatively affected. So you can see here, Chair and members, that there is some effort being made, even in the provinces that are under extreme financial pressure, to make sure that at least the quality of learning is not in any way affected. Furthermore, provinces have submitted management plans to fill these vacancies permanently, and we at the DBE level will make sure that we monitor that progress to make sure that there's minimal disruption to teaching and learning. With LTSM, the department has ensured that schools receive the required textbooks, stationery, and learning material in time for reopening. However, some provinces have faced challenges with procurement and delivery, and we are still also, again, closely monitoring this, as you will hear from the DDG just now, how we are monitoring this. From ECD expansion, I'm very pleased to announce members that our Bana Pele mass registration drive continues to register more ECD programs across the provinces. It's moving at pace, and since August 2024, 1,300 ECD centers have been registered, and an additional 7,000 under-resourced ECD programs will receive learning resource packs in 2025 to improve early learning outcomes. With regards to NSNP and food safety, the NSNP continues to support over 9 million learners a day, ensuring that no child goes hungry. However, with the recent foodborne illnesses and incidents that have raised some concerns, we have worked with PEDs to make sure that we are applying much stricter food safety guidelines, intensified monitoring, and awareness campaigns in our schools to make sure that we mitigate the risks. School infrastructure and transport, we've made strides in preparing school infrastructure, including classroom availability and maintenance and sanitation. However, some schools have been impacted by storms, as you indicated, and vandalism, which require urgent repairs. And so the department has instructed provinces to prioritize temporary classrooms where there is overcrowding. And in learner transport, the policy review, as we indicated last year, is ongoing, and we are going to look at ways and how do we address the challenges such as overloading, funding constraints, and safety compliance. And then lastly, Chair, ICT in schools, over 16,139 schools have received internet connectivity for administrative purposes as part of our partnership with mobile network operators. And additionally, over 5,000 schools have received ICT equipment, which is improving digital access for our learners. And so we are doing everything that we can, members, to make sure that really, even under these tough financial constraints, we are able to do some work. And as we approach the budget speech of 19 February, I've written to the Minister of Finance, highlighting the urgent need for funding needs for not just DBE, but the PEDs. And the demand for quality education continues to grow, and sufficient resources are needed to find. And so I look forward and I welcome your input and your guidance as a committee. We look forward to working together in this 2025 academic year. And really, we look forward to you holding us to account, and also we working together to make sure that we improve education outcomes in South Africa. Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm happy to hand over to the DDG to start with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, DDG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members in the House, as well as our Honorable Minister, and our Honorable DM, if she is in the House now. So the presentation, I think our Minister has done a very nice overview of a high-level summary of what we are presenting here today. And so I'll ask if our Mr. Mahada or Lizelle, can you please just bring up the presentation so that I can start it? Thank you very much, Lizelle. If you can just go into presentation mode. Thank you so much. And move on to the next slide. I just wish to give you an outline, honorable members. So this is a 2025 school readiness report that we've put together. The report has come from various reporting that has happened not only at the beginning of this year, but as we closed the academic year last year, we do certain monitoring to ensure school readiness then already. And so it's taken into account those aspects of monitoring as well as what we have gained additional information from the beginning of this year. The presentation outline covers the topics of learner admission, provisioning of teachers and vacancies, provisioning of teaching and learning support materials, ECD, nutrition and infrastructure and learner transport, as well as looking at ICT in schools. If we move on then, just looking at learner admissions, we start the presentation by giving an overview of the challenges and the mitigating strategies that we have put in place. And the next slide, Lizelle. So let me just continue because I think she's struggling on the presentation here. So our placement and mitigation challenges are largely about overcrowded areas, and you'll find that these overcrowded areas are also highly urbanized, and so we lift up, in each province where exactly those areas are, and in the presentation then we have given some of what our strategies are. Of course, in the whole urbanized influx, we have to look at schools. It takes a while to build the new schools, but the good thing about having plans for new schools is that they the scheduled schools, as they are finished and ready for occupation, coincides with the academic year starting. And so you can see that some provinces have indicated the schools, for instance, in Eastern Cape, in that Buffalo area, and Aliwal North, they have got 2 schools that already are opened. And then for others who are still busy with the plans for the schools to be built, they have looked at the procurement of mobile schools to help us with some of the problems that we have received. Those are the 2 strategies around how we deal with overcrowding. If we move on to the next slides of learner placement statistics, if you can move on, Lizelle. So our learner placement statistics that we have just gives an overview of all the grades and what the numbers are that have been placed overall for this year. Of course, these numbers, as they occur per province, are not, in some instances, like if you're moving from grade 1 to grade 2, the numbers include those who are moving up into the next grade. But we mainly look at the entrance levels of where learners come in, because that's where you have the largest blockages. So for instance, grade numbers for grade 1 for placement is much higher than what happens in other provinces, in other grades. And the same happens in grade 8. You'll see that the intake of grade 8 is higher than the other grades that are there, especially for the new placements that come in. And then we just give you a national overall figure, which shows you, the number of applications that came in at the end, and the number of placed learners that came in, and the number of unplaced learners that are there. And it tallies then with all the other grades and what, per province those placements were. So from that statistics then, we move on to the actual entry grades 2025. And so here we are showing you in the slide, we are showing you that our intake for grade R, our intake for grade 1, and our intake for grade 8, and what the placed learners are and what the unplaced learners are. So for instance, you'll see that in Eastern Cape they have got low numbers of unplaced learners at this point in the intake grades. But if you go to Gauteng, for instance, although they reflect a 0 for unplaced learners for grade R, but there are still some challenges of parents who wish to come in. They've put a 0 there because all the applications that they've received have already been sorted out for grade R, but they are showing you for grade 1 what the unplaced learners are there, that 1,535, and there's a bigger number of unplaced learners in Gauteng for grade 8, which is 3,038. And so they are still trying to accommodate in Gauteng. The way they do it is to try and find alternative placements in schools that could still take these learners. In some instances, it may not be the parents' first choice, but they do make those efforts. In other instances, they are still waiting for mobile classrooms to come to relieve some of the pressure. But they've also looked at alternative accommodation where they can temporarily place these learners. So they have like a whole church hall that may have been converted into a school where all those grade 1s would be occupied, broken up into smaller classes. And once the mobile classrooms arrive, then they're able to move them back into the actual schools where they belong. So I also just want to focus on Western Cape, which has exceptionally high numbers of placement. So you'll see the Western Cape's numbers of unplaced learners, 4,355 for grade R, and then they have a lower number for grade 1, but also in grade 8 they have a high number. And the teams that deal with the placement within the districts as well as at the provincial level are consistently working to try and alleviate the problems. In much the same way I've explained for Gauteng, that's what they are doing in the Western Cape. Of course, they are dealing with higher numbers, and so their needs are a little bit more difficult to manage in how the problem gets sorted out once the mobile classrooms are arrive. And also some of these unplaced learners in the plans, we're always struggling with admissions because we don't have a way to determine parents who haven't applied during that admission period what their plans are in the future, whether they're moving from one area to another. They don't factor that and inform us about that. So it becomes very difficult for us. These are like almost walk-ins, as we call them, because they've not been factored into our plans. It would be great if there could be a way in which parents could inform us that I've applied for a job in Gauteng and it looks like I'm going to be getting this job based on how my interview went and my plans are, or at the point where you do get a job, if it's in the previous year that you inform us that I have a job now in Gauteng, I'm bringing my family up from Eastern Cape. It's September now. I know I've missed the entry of the dates of the admissions, but please can you help me and plan in that way. It would help to alleviate some of these problems we have around placement. So the next slide just talks to the stats which I'm alluding to around our time frames of how it works. So we have to monitor and the provinces have to provide reports of how the admission stats. It's the next slide, Lizelle. So we're just moving, giving the regular dates that we had to receive these reports, and this is the way we then track the extent to which the admissions are on track and what are some of the bottlenecks, what are some of the problems, and what are some of the possible overcrowding that could happen by receiving all of these reports on these dates as they unfold. I'm moving on now to the provisioning of teachers and vacancies. So vacancies and the provisioning of teachers, it starts with the declaration of a post-provisioning basket. We work with the post-provisioning model, and this I'm sure everyone knows the PPN that we talk about in education. And so this post-provisioning norms that are provided goes through a period of negotiations with unions. They consult on the possibilities of what those numbers would look like. And by September, the end of September, they must have declared a post basket according to policy. And so the post basket that is declared is indicated here per province. And we then showing the difference in terms of, in some instances it was higher, in some instances it was lower, and where there was no difference, we reflect that as well. It also translates into a learner educator ratio per province, and we show that as well. And then here of note is that the Western Cape was the province that had the largest number in a difference. So they have declared 2,407 less posts. So in other words, 2,407 teachers would have to be either retrenched in the province, although they'd have to first look and see where they could place them. But this is the big difficulty, that they have a high decrease in the Western Cape. The issue around the post basket was because of these difficulties that we experienced, especially around the budget cuts and the impact that had. In some instances, the provinces declared their post basket a little bit later than the 30th of September. That had a knock-on effect on the distribution of the post to the schools, because they get a letter as well to inform them officially what the number of posts that the school would have for the following year. So if I move on then to the issue around the vacancy rate, I think Minister has explained this one very nicely, that we are giving what the vacancy in 2023 December of for 2024. But the most important thing about this is that we have these vacancies. For instance, if a teacher retires, then there is a vacant substantive post at the school. And so we then have to go through a process of filling the post. And whilst we are doing that, we have a temporary teacher that is appointed in that post, so that there cannot be a problem at the school where the school is faced with a class without a teacher. And so that's how we deal with it. And then once the post is filled permanently, of course, then it's a teacher that was there in a temporary
I don't know if it's myself alone, but we keep on losing the DDG.
No, it's not you only, Chair. We have lost her.
I think it's there's issues with network there. Can we get somebody to continue, or let's check on her?
Lulama, could we check on DDG, please? Ms. Gea, please.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Chairperson, our network was just having a bit of a difficulty. I got kicked out. I'm still trying to come back, but I've changed devices. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't see the presentation on the screen. Is it on the screen for you?
It's not on the screen. Mr. Brown, can you please assist them to fly to their presentation?
I think our
And
network is just a bit unstable right now in the department.
and then we go to the exact page that they were at.
I'm not sure if you heard me right up until the end. I lost you when I was talking to the filling of vacancies.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, we lost you at that time.
Chairperson, do you hear me?
We can hear you. However, the network is still a bit unstable. But let's try. No, Mr. Brown, we must move from the slides to past the slides. I think we're at the teacher posts slides, and yeah, can we move? Yes.
So can start now with So yeah, I was just explaining about the vacancy rate, and I think I have covered that although we have all these vacancies, they don't translate to an empty space in the school, that there are learners without a teacher because we have a temporary teacher in there until such time as the post is permanently filled. Mr. Brown, we can move on from here to advertise school-based promotional posts because that just gives you there we go. So this slide just gives you then what all the bulletins are. You know, the state publishes in what we call a bulletin or a vacancy circular, and the dates of when those posts were advertised, and yeah, the numbers that were advertised on the interviews that have been held and the appointments that have been made by school governing bodies. If we move on to the next slide, here we're talking about a substitute post. So a substitute post, you know, we have to accommodate for ad hoc posts in a way. We there are just to ensure that there is a smooth running of a school. So when we declare post basket, we declare a certain number of permanent posts that are there, but then part of that number we keep aside on some of the posts to accommodate for ad hoc posts, and this is in a case of some extreme growth that happens at a school. You know, this thing that we're talking about, some people call it overcrowding, other people refer to it as growth. But as those numbers increase at school, it does translate to us qualifying for additional posts. But the way it works in education is that if you get an additional post, you don't get it permanently for the first year because numbers fluctuate each year. So you got to sustain those numbers over 3 years before we grant you a permanent post. So what we give you is what we call a growth post. And that growth pulse will then monitor the extent to which the numbers are stabilizing in growth. That means that that area definitely has, you know, an influx of people that are stabilizing there. And based on that, we can make proper plans for a brick and mortar classroom. But we can, you know, also stabilize on a permanent post into the school based on the growth numbers. And this just gives you the numbers per province in terms of how that is. We also use these posts for when teachers become ill or go on maternity leave, and that's the pool basket that you gain posts from. We move on into the post provisioning. I'm sorry, the LTSM. So the LTSM is learner and teacher support materials that are provided. And here we are just showing you the different models that are in provinces because this has an impact, of course, on how you know the delivery and the procurement happens in a smooth way. So some provinces are central procurement in the case of the Eastern Cape, and others have chosen to do some hybrid models. So you'll see that the Free State has a hybrid model. They are centrally procuring
We've lost the DDG again. Isn't there somebody in the department with a better network to continue with the presentation? Minister? Colleagues,
Yes,
can you hear?
Chair.
Yes, I'm saying we've lost the DDG again, and she keeps on going on and off. So we're checking if there isn't anyone who can assist with and continue with the presentation because it's going to take longer.
Yeah, yeah. I see here there's Dr. Whittle. Is there any way, or Mr. Ndlebe, can anyone else please continue? Because I'm worried that we are eating into the PC's time for them to be able to engage with us.
Sorry, Minister. Let me ask Mr. Ndlebe, sorry, Chair, Mr. Ndlebe to help. Mr.
Yes.
Ndlebe, are you able to help to run through the presentation quickly, please?
I am back on DG. I've changed the devices. It's a problem here, but I'll just stay on this device because I think it is a more reliable one, hopefully. So let me run with it. Mr. Ndebe, if I do fall out again, you can just take over.
On standby and take over seamlessly, please.
Okay. I'm terribly sorry about the network problem here. All right. So yeah, I think I have explained the different models that are there. The next slide talks to the retrieval, and the retrieval is just giving the so we have a policy
Recording stopped.
where the schools have to retrieve the books each at the end of the year, and we're just reflecting on the percentage of retrieval. You'll see that our average retrieval is at 92.17. And that means that what we are doing when we buy the textbooks is that we are dealing with a 10% top up. Generally, we have maintained this average, give or take
Recording in
somewhere
progress.
between 90 and 92. Sometimes it goes higher, even depending on the percentage of amount that has been retrieved. So if we then go on to the next slide, which is now giving you the actual figures here. And here we are talking about the top up of textbooks. You'll see that the Eastern Cape, because of their model, they have central procurement, and they have already done 100% procurement for top up textbooks as well as for stationery. It's the next slide that I'm talking to. And then you'll see that in the Free State, they've also picked up nicely. They have now 100% for Section 20 and Section 21, as well as in the case of stationery. In the case of Gauteng, they've also come up nicely in terms of the delivery. There's a small 0.2% of schools that still need to get some top-up textbooks. But otherwise, they have reflected good figures there. KwaZulu-Natal, as I've explained, they have a problem with the Section 21 because of no funds. This is because of how the budget cuts have very seriously affected the province, but they've also have some funding problems there. And so as a result, what they're trying to do in the province is they have made some arrangements with the publishers and with the service providers that they buy on credit in a way. So they procure and that they pay a bit later, just to help that these schools do get the books. And so they are busy with that exercise within KZN. Limpopo has already covered 100% of their delivery. Mpumalanga is only on the top-up textbooks delivered to grade 12. They have a model that they try to deviate away from, where they, a few years ago, tried to introduce devices that they have software loaded on the devices, but they have picked up some problems on that. It doesn't work as smoothly as they had anticipated, simply because you still have to buy an ebook. Whether you're buying a hard copy or you're buying an ebook, the publishers still charge you. Maybe an ebook is slightly cheaper than a hard copy, but they have had problems with principals and schools actually understanding this and also understanding how to navigate on that. And so it has given them some difficulties, and they are trying to look at how they can work with the top-up textbooks differently in Mpumalanga, but we're flagging that as a problem as well. Northern Cape has come up very nicely as well on their percentages in terms of Section 20 and Section 21 schools, but they're still in the process of delivering some of these textbooks, as is the case with the stationery. Northwest figures have come up nicely. They are past that 97% as reflected there now. And then the Western Cape have got the textbooks delivered, and they even the stationery has come up on that 87% as well. Now we just want to speak as well to the workbooks because in a time when our workbooks are that's the flagship project of the DBE. And what is covered in the workbooks is all the work that is, supposed to happen in terms of the CAPS curriculum. So it becomes a resource that a learner would be able to work with, where their work that's supposed to be covered on the curriculum is there. And there are exercises that support the work that's there for the learner to do to help them to mitigate and show whether they understand what they have learned in the classroom. And so this in the time of whilst we are waiting for further materials to arrive, this becomes a very good resource that they can use. They use it all the time, and then also that we explain that on the delivery of the workbooks. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that we've got two volumes that we deliver. So we deliver volume 1 and 2 for the first and volume 1 is for the first and second term. Volume 2 is for the third and fourth term. So on volume 1, which is for term 1 and 2, we have delivered 100%. Those books were in the schools by the time the schools closed. Over the school holidays, we started delivering volume 2. And these numbers of the percentages have they change on a daily basis. We are now in February, so that 72.22% as a national percentage of delivery has increased because this project has to be completed by the end of the financial year. And so we've already done the deliveries. We are just doing some top-ups now for volume 2, as well as to ensure that we reconcile the PODs before we can process payments. I'm moving on now to the ECD. On ECD, here I think Minister has covered that very nicely for us in our opening remarks. But we're just lifting out that the admission to ECD is a continuous process, and the important thing here is to try and get the learners who do not have access. From our census, we have a figure of somewhere between 5 and 7 million learners who did not have access by the time we did the census. And so it's to give those learners the access as well. And so our Banapere mass registration drive, which Minister has given the targets of, is about how we then allow for more ECD programs to actually come into the provinces. And we have already gone live on 3 provinces. So we're going province by province, and the month of January we already covered some provinces as well as February. And then you'll see how our figures increase based on how this math drive is unfolding. Also, for these ECD centers to actually, become viable, we have to also ensure that they have health and safety measures in place. So we are rolling out health and safety packs to the ECD programs in 2025 so that they meet the minimum health and safety requirements within the centers. And also we are supplying about 7,000 under-resourced ECD programs with early learning resource packs to support the implementation of the NCE curriculum. So these are some of the measures that we are busy with in the ECD space. Then if we move on to in nutrition, we just, at the end of last year, there was this big emphasis on the dangers of what could happen with foodborne illnesses and what those challenges are. So as a department, we became part of the NAT joints. We're also part of the communications work stream. And so that has helped us to keep abreast of what it is that's happening in the country, where the hotspots are in relation to these foodborne illnesses. And we then put in place interventions. So we had a circular that to the schools, which gave them safety tips, put in place standard operating procedures in case of foodborne illnesses. Minister also took up the campaign included in our back to school campaign for 2025 and awareness of foodborne illnesses and how to actually deal with that. We have, as a department, produced materials and messages for dissemination to ensure that it was part of our countdown to the opening of schools, but we also incorporated it into the announcement of the matric results. And we've got TV clips, just to raise an awareness of people watching exactly what it is that needs to happen and to be aware of foodborne illnesses. So I've spoken to the production of our video television clips that we have. We've also got radio clips. We have live broadcast sessions that with the radio. Minister herself has been part of some of these programs, but also our communications team have been very good at that, as well as we have a dedicated team within DBE from the nutrition section that also are working on this. The digital media campaign and as well as the design of posters and infographics have been circulated widely. The tuck shop and the vendors have received guidelines on what to do around these matters, as well as in our school monitoring program, we've also picked up on that particular topic to factor the, and to watch what's happening there. And then on the workshop that we had, this also gave a more focus on food safety. The slides that follow here just talk to what our circular attachments are around safety of foodborne illnesses. So it's about the preparation, about cooking thoroughly, about keeping everything clean. Your hands, your hair must be covered, and wearing clean clothing with an apron, as well as receiving the food. How it has to, expiry dates must be checked, and that the food that comes in first has to go out first, so they follow that principle. And then the circular attachments, in the case of what needs to happen, if there is a suspected foodborne illness at a school, what must the principal do? How do you deal with the food preparation area? How to keep samples sealed, and that this is what has to be sent away for testing, and who are the people from the district and from the municipality and the health department that become involved. And so the circular just gives an indication of that. The next slides talk to advocacy, and this is just some of the information and how we have put it together to raise awareness in communities and in schools. Moving on now to infrastructure, and here we are focusing on furniture and school transport in particular. And so we have to look at what the identified risks are and make sure that the provinces provide remedial actions in relation to all areas that relate to what is needed for the furniture. So, like for instance, new schools, they have to complete and ensure that the school is the occupation is completed on time, but also that everything is ready, including that the furniture is there, that the whole infrastructure is there. And so the slide just talks to that, but there's also issues around schools on renovation and repairs, and what exactly needs to happen in terms of progress of renovation to ensure that the schools are ready for occupation, but also the campaigns on the cleaning of the schools there, and that with the reopening of schools, that there is a focus on also ensuring that the school is clean. The schools that were storm damaged and vandalized, we also try to ensure that there are contingency plans in place in the case of storm damaged schools and that were damaged during the holiday, and that the school is not disrupted by the time that it reopens. And also the vandalized schools have to be rehabilitated and make sure that they were habitable by the time the schools reopen. In relation to classroom shortages, which is the next slide, here we're talking about identifying schools that were experiencing some problems on overcrowding, and then what the temporary relief would be, which I've also referred to when I spoke around admissions, but also around the placement of to provide mobile classrooms that where there are shifts in the demographics and population movement. There are some infrastructure hotspots that also are identified, where there's an influx of learners that come in, and then you have to provide temporary accommodation there. But also on maintenance, we have to improve the implementation of maintenance of the infrastructure facilities, as well as incentive allocations on the EIG that has to be implemented to ensure that provinces address the challenges in terms of norms and standards, and also the maintenance guidelines that have to be implemented. Then on the school furniture, the availability of school furniture, here we have to ensure that the plans are in place to ensure that every learner has appropriate furniture, and the reopening of the schools are to ensure that the teaching and learning takes place on the first day. The repairs and rehabilitation is about identifying the replacement of furniture, and to ensure that the agreement on the various entities for the rehabilitation of old furniture and the distribution to the needy schools are happening. We have agreements with correctional services that help us out as well on that. Then on the school furniture specifications that have been revised in collaboration with South African Bureau of Standards, and then the provincial departments have to ensure that the correct specs are provided to the service providers in cases where the furniture is procured. And also the interprovincial task team on school furniture monitors the provisioning of all of this. The next slides then just give you our, like in the case of furniture delivery, what the flow chart is, when the planning phase is, when the procurement phase is, how you do the implementation and monitoring. Moving on now to learner transport. Here we're talking about the availability of learner transport. So there have to be plans in place to ensure that the learner transport is available on the reopening of schools, and that it continues to mainstream road safety programs, and it focuses on learner transport operators, parents and learners in order to raise an awareness of road safety and law enforcement, and in particular, what the prevalent arrangements, should be around private learner transport, and how you actually manage the movement of these learners, as well as what the contractual obligations of government is. This is an intergovernmental arrangement, and so it is between ourselves and the Department of Transport. The Department of Transport is the department that provides the actual transport, and we feed in all the support and the policies, to raise awareness of safety, and to help the between the two departments, that learners are transported, but they're also transported safely. So the next slides talk then to just our figures in our quarter 3 report that gives you an overview. For instance, of the number of learners that had the need to be transported, the number of schools that required transport, the number of learners that were targeted, and the number of schools that were targeted. But then if you look at our target percentages, and you look at the actual learners that have received the transport, you'll see that the percentage of learners who are targeted for transport is much higher than those in the original agreement of what the targeted percentages were. We'll move on then to special needs, and this just reflects again our third quarter report on special needs, and much the same information is given here. And the point here again is that the targeted number of learners that actually should have received the transport against that those that actually are transported is much higher, based on the actual needs out there. Now moving on in terms of the policy review. So, like I said, we have a collaboration with the Department of Transport, and there is a need to review the learner transport policy to address key program areas. It is about unmet demands for learner transport. It is about the financial sustainability of the program. in terms of funding of learner transport, also remuneration of operations and sub-economic inflation rates. And then looking at overcrowding of learners and on buses and taxis that need to be, we need to put that in a review of our policy. Also the criteria, what are the for the beneficiaries of transport, exactly what that criteria is, which we suggest a radius of 3 to 5 kilometers, that is for grade R to 12, that the criteria for learners with disabilities must be accommodated for, and the considerations of safety and security. Mainstreaming and inclusion of learners with disabilities in terms of our program has to be put in very clearly, and then the location of the function and the responsibilities, as well as the monitoring of the learner transport operations and the promotion of small business and Black economic empowerment. So the details then that go further is what we are giving around our specific programs in infrastructure that talk to ASIDI, which is the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative. And this program focused on appropriate buildings for schools that were made entirely inappropriate, made of inappropriate materials, the appropriate water supply to schools with no water, the appropriate sanitation to schools with no toilets, and the appropriate electricity to schools with no electricity. From 2018, the department has launched our SAFE initiative, and this was specifically looking at appropriate sanitation at schools dependent on pit latrines. They have, we look at the eradication of the pit latrines or providing safe options that can be used in the area. And so the slides then that follow give you just some graphs, to show you where we started out and how many schools didn't have water supply, like by 1998, I think it is 96. Where we were and where we are on a zero base at 2025. That's on a 3D graph. And then we just give you like the next slide just shows you how these tanks look where we provide water. The next one is about the school register of needs in 2006, where we started out with schools with no toilets and where we are in 2025. And here's just a photo of exactly how that looks. And then, of course, in terms of the project pipeline for ASIDI, that gives you the total number of schools that have been allocated and where they are in the building project, around either completion or that they are in which phase of construction if they are still being built. The next slide just gives you our organogram in terms of how the work structure, for safe schools actually is managed, and that just gives you some oversight some interesting information there. The next slide talks to the SAFE project in the pipeline. Again, here you can see what we are talking about here is a number, how our numbers look on the various areas and the different service providers or implementing agents who are actually the ones that are running with these projects. Either they are at a completion level or they are close to completion in where they are sitting in the in the numbers of the final phase of construction. If we then move on to the last area, which is about the ICT in schools, so this is just to give you information about connectivity that we have within our provinces. We have an arrangement with our mobile operators in terms of their social obligations, and they have helped us a lot to provide for devices and to give a package of data as well to the schools. The schools are provided with 500 gigabyte router of data and on a monthly basis over a period of 12 years. It's a very slow, given how technology changes all the time. But this was what the Department of Communications and Digital Technology, together with the mobile operators, had agreed to in terms of their social obligations and their commitment. And the slide gives you the rollout of that to some 16,159 schools. Then in terms of the same project and the connectivity, in terms of school SA Connect and how that is unfolding, this just gives you baseline figures, of where we started out and then where we are in 2024. And we've covered a percentage of 81%. So far, we are still continuing to roll out this, and that would build us to the 19% difference that we still need to reach out to in this financial year or in the coming financial year. Then on the devices to ICT of ICT to special schools, so the same project just also talks to how much devices were provided and which are the mobile operators that actually have provided it. We did pick up some problem with Chelsea. They had some difficulties in terms of providing information to us, the devices to us, and so you'll see the numbers are probably they have the most outstanding to other providers, but we continue to work with them to make sure that we do have these devices provided. The next slide just gives you information then about the social obligations of these MNOs. And, per provider, you can see per province how many they have provided from these social obligations. This is a goodwill from their side, and that has helped us tremendously in the education space because there isn't a dedicated budget that we have from National Treasury to provide these devices to the schools and to the learners and the teachers. The next slides give you information about the number of learners, the number of teachers, and the number of schools that have received these devices. So that just builds on from the previous stats that we have given you. And then lastly, the slide talks to connectivity, the next slide. And again, the same information is showing you from where we were in 2022 of who received, how many schools are currently, in 2023. And the figure is an ongoing figure that we work on. The next slide talks to remote teaching and learning. So during COVID period, we were faced with a challenge that at that point we didn't have that much of broadcasting or remote learning materials, but we since came on board very fast, and here we are showing you the amount of broadcasting that happens per province and the remote learning that happens, and the extent to which this has helped us. This information is freely available to everyone at schools, at the districts. All access this information, but also they are available on our website. Then the next slide talks to the number of teachers that have been trained to ensure that teachers are capacitated on ICT. That gives you a province breakdown. And then the last, I think that's the last slide we're coming to now, that is talking to the content of the resources, the digital resources. This is just a further breakdown of the information I talked to in the broadcasting and the remote learning information. So here you see per subject what is available from grade R until grade 12, whether the number of titles that are available here, and the formats that they are available in to help. And then we have an e-strategy which we are working on. We have the strategy has been developed, but it's about how you roll out and how you ensure that everyone comes on board. So our various provincial officials are part of that as stakeholders, and we have presented it, to in our mandatory structures within the department. And so we are now at the point where we have to really see how we roll this out. We are working with the British Council, who has specialists appointed to help us in the finalization and in the rollout once everything is in order, and that we can then have meetings, in this year to further concretize that. That takes me to the end of the presentation, Honorable Chairperson. I thank you very much for your patience, all the members, and I once again apologize for the network difficulties that were experienced from us. Thank you.
And thank you very much, DDG. Honorable members, that is the end of the presentation. I am going to note hands that wants to engage with the presentation, unless if there is any additional presentation from DBE. Okay. Okay. I am noting hands. I see Honorable Dr. Christians, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Jordan. Those are the hands that I'm seeing on the platform now. Okay. Honorable Christians, you can start.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see. Honorable Makagula, Honorable Low. Yes.
Honorable Chair, can you please note me my hand? I'm supposed to be up here. Honorable
Okay.
Shikwamba.
It's Honorable
Shikwamba.
Shkwambane. Honorable Shkwambane, you are noted. Honorable Gaza, you are also noted. Okay, let's start with Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I have quite a few questions. I'll try to keep it as short as I possibly can. With regard to learner admission, I see there were a number of provinces who reported some issues. For example, in the Eastern Cape, I would just like to know what specific measures are being taken there with the newly opened secondary schools in Buffalo City Metro District and the Joe Khwaba District. Are they fully equipped at the moment and staffed? Because we've heard that there have been an influx of students. So are those districts now ready for those particular learners? And how will the department address the remaining unplaced learners, specifically in the Eastern Cape and especially in the Nelson Mandela Bay area, where we've heard that there are overcrowded schools in some of the areas? And then in the Free State, we've also heard that there were a number of late applications, and also there were a number of schools where the placements were quite high. What is being done there to sort out that those specific learners are placed and that overcrowding does not happen there? And then they've also mentioned there that there were unused mobile classrooms being used for overcrowding, specifically in areas like Bloemfontein and Botshabelo. So has this been effective in the relocation of these learners or not? Has this helped in any way? And what is going to be done long term then to alleviate that? In the Gauteng area, due to immigration, we've heard that there's been a lot of high demand placed on specific schools there. Now, my question is, how has the self-build project been progressing in these high pressure areas? Is there any feedback that the department can give us with regards to the ongoing projects there and how they plan to alleviate this? Because the way we see it, it's just going to keep on increasing, especially in the Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape provinces. And then with regard to KwaZulu-Natal, there's also been a high demand there, especially in city schools versus countryside schools, particularly in the Umlazi district. Now, what interventions are being taken there? How is the department ensuring that there is going to be equitable placement of learners across these schools in KwaZulu-Natal to also, again, prevent overcrowding? Limpopo, we've heard that there's a newly established school there. I think it was Tanin Secondary School, which is supposed to address the demand from schools from Petersburg, Mokopane, and Elasrus. So what measures are being taken there to handle appeals and to place learners in reasonable and not too distant schools from their homes? Is there sufficient transport, and has this issue been fixed, basically? Then with regard to teachers and vacancies, I would just like to know about the department. how the provinces, there are some provinces that we've heard today that have preserved the exact same post basket for the past 3 years. Now, how have they managed to do that despite, as we've just heard, that there have been an increased number of learners? So how have they managed to preserve the same basket without any additional posts, but yet the number of learners have increased? What is happening there? The vacancy rates is also obviously a concern in the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. And my question there just is how effective is the management of the filling of vacant posts, and how will they possibly be reducing these vacancy rates over the next few years? Then, Chairperson, I just have a particular issue that I would like to mention on a specific province that has been in the media recently. And if the Department of Education can't answer our questions right now, I would like to suggest that we actually call the Northern Cape Education Department to come and just deliver some kind of presentation to us, because I think they are under a particular strain in the Northern Cape. And I would like to give a short background there. There have been recent reports that they've suffered severe budget cuts. It's actually been in the news, and they have alluded, the department has actually also said as much. There's been a deficit of over 600 million in the 2024-2025 financial year. And there have been various newspaper reports that it has significantly been impacting service delivery. And many schools have raised concerns about their inability to function due to these financial constraints. So amongst these are the delivery of the learning and teaching support materials. Now, part of the report was that the Northern Cape have reported that there's either been inadequate delivery or late deliveries. And I'm surprised that this has not been mentioned in this report by the department, because it has really been widespread in the media, and it certainly did not come through in the report that was delivered to us. So many schools, in particularly those in rural areas, have been struggling with these shortages. And so I'd like to know what steps are being taken to ensure that the schools are receiving their full Section 21 and also their National School Nutrition Program allocations. And how will the DBE assist and address the shortages of textbooks and stationery? Of particular concern there for me is the school nutrition program, where the Northern Cape Education Department, 4 out of the 5 districts have had to suspend their nutrition programs due to these budgetary constraints. And obviously this has left many learners vulnerable and without meals. So, and I mean, I think we all know that there's high levels of poverty in parts of the province, in most of the province, in fact, in the Northern Cape. And the school meals are often the only source of nutrition for these school children. So to the Department of Education, I would also like to know what actions are being taken to assist the Northern Cape Department to reinstate the suspended school nutrition programs to ensure that each and every learner, in fact, does get their daily meals. And how will the DBE prevent future disruptions to the school nutrition program, especially the financially constrained province that is the Northern Cape? They are also having teacher appointment problems, remuneration problems. The temporary teachers seems to me have not been reinstated there or reappointed. Learner transport is a problem. We've heard there's a little area, Gong and also in Smitsdrift, where children have been unable to go to school due to the crisis in learner transport. And basically, it's all due to the overall management and funding of learner transport in the Northern Cape. And then also, lastly, just the monitoring and accountability. And I think we all know that the Northern Cape continues to face persistent challenges. It's been coming on for a number of years now. There have been financial mismanagement. There's infrastructure deficits. There's learner support failures in the Northern Cape. And I'm concerned about the lack of oversight and accountability at provincial level in this province. And I would like to know from the department what monitoring mechanisms are in place to ensure that the Northern Cape actually adheres to the national standards and utilize their allocated funds appropriately. And how will the DBE hold the provincial department accountable for these lapses in service delivery and financial management? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Compliments. I don't know when we are going to stop with the compliments of the new year, but nonetheless, this is the first one, so compliments. I will not repeat, Chairperson, a lot of what Honorable Christians has said, particularly about the Northern Cape. I think the Northern Cape is acutely in dire straits. In our state, I just want to know on the infrastructure side in particular, what the plan is for the Northern Cape, because we have received a lot of issues from the Northern Cape, including parents both in the Northern Cape and in Gauteng, who speak about the fact that in particular schools, and I'm happy to provide some of the details offline, with regards to complaints around having to augment the school's in furniture itself. So in other words, parents are being asked to bring desks and chairs for their own children, which I don't think is something that we would accept as a country. I would need to get a sense of whether the department is aware of that. The second one in the Northern Cape, at some point, I think we really do need to have a session just on the Northern Cape with regards to children being unsafe in the schools, particularly the issue of violence against young girls. In this case, I would dare say molestation, rape, and I think we should not even be calling it pornography. I learned the other day that, in fact, pornography does kind of allude to some sort of consent, and we should not vilify children in this way. I think we really need to talk about that, particularly acutely in the Northern Cape. The other question I want to ask is around the issues of either this late registration, or people are really struggling with the ability to use the system to be able to register their children. I mean, we have seen many lamentations. I think even this morning, this issue of access into particular schools, whether they are schools within parents' particular locales or nearby locales. How are we dealing with this? Because the Constitution does speak about all of the children of the entire country, and children, whether they are from this country or not from this country, having, to enjoy access to education. But I have not seen any other, parents of non-citizens who have complained about not being able to access schools for their children. And I'm worried that while we can want to be altruistic or sound like we are against children of illegal foreign nationals, the concern is that if they, because of their status, are unable to complain, that also means that their children are languishing somewhere without access to education. And that should be a very big concern for us as a country, because the Constitution does say, in as far as is humanly possible. And so I would like an answer on that. And then finally, we have also received concerns around our plans as a country around issues such as farm schools, which we know used to serve quite a huge chunk of our population, particularly farm workers who work on the farms, and the lack of coordination or even farm schools available for students is causing adverse situations where these parents, who are some of the most poorly paid people in our country, having to send their children off into other places, whether to be looked after by family members or friends, which we all know the situation has absolutely changed. It's no longer like it was when we were growing up. And this also leaves children vulnerable because some parents complain that their children, get to be abused or are not in the safest of environments. But with their need for their children to go to school, they just have to be, subjected to this. And some of them find themselves having to bring their children back onto the farm and to work with them on the farm, and that the kids aren't going to school. And the cycle of poverty continues. Do we have a strategy around this? That would be important for me. And then finally, Chairperson, I have a network issue. I will drop off now and connect from my phone. So if I don't know what my phone is called, so if you see iPhone or you see whatever, please know that it is me, and I will try to do my best to make sure that I'm easily identifiable from my phone. Thank you very much, colleagues and Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Yordan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My greetings to everyone. We welcome the presentation from the department. I think we've received quite a comprehensive overview of the state of readiness across the country. Chairperson, my questions are as follows. Firstly, with regards to the vacancy rates, the presentation had indicated that the vacancy rates have been increasing annually with a slight improvement in 2024 nationally. What factors do the department attribute this trend to, and what specific mitigation strategies are in place to address and reduce vacancy rates? Then with regard to temporary teachers, it was mentioned that temporary teachers are filling vacancies and therefore there aren't any expectation of sort of gaps in provision of education. However, slide 13 highlights a significant number of vacancies within school management teams. Are these positions filled with temporary teachers, or do the gaps in those cases remain? And does the high reliance on temporary teachers raise a concern for the department regarding the potential prevalence of unqualified and underqualified educators in the system? Chairperson, with relation to the discrepancy in vacancies versus post bulletins, I just like to understand why there is such a discrepancy in terms of the number of vacancies that exist versus the number that are actually advertised. I suppose this is budget related, but I think it would be good to have a understanding of that. With regards to the learner teacher support material procurement in KwaZulu-Natal, where it was mentioned that purchases are made with an agreement of credit from publishers for textbooks specifically. Is there a concern that this approach could contribute to an increase in accruals within the province, potentially leading to further financial strain in the future? What regulations are the department implementing to avoid future financial disaster when it comes to this kind of practice? So my concern here is, Chairperson, the department, the province is already under immense financial strain, and therefore they are undergoing these agreements. But this sort of feels like making debt upon debt, and I'm wondering what is being done to curb that. What is included in the ECD health and safety packs, and how many registered ECD centers have benefited from these provisions? I heard the minister indicating an impressive number of registration of ECD centers, which we welcome and appreciate. But can the department give us an estimation of the percentage of progress in terms of registration when it comes to the bigger picture of what's expected? The department's advocacy efforts when it comes to the NSNP for food safety are welcomed. However, can the department confirm whether all provinces have ensured timely payments to service providers thereby guaranteeing uninterrupted rollout of the program at this stage. Particularly of concern were the supply chain challenges reported in KwaZulu-Natal earlier this year, which raised fears of delays when it comes to meal provision for learners. And then lastly, Chairperson, with regards to school safety, unfortunately, the presentation did not necessarily cover what our activities are around that. But given the rise in violent incidents at schools, such as the tragic recent shooting of Ekutuleni Primary School principal, does the department have plans to engage the South African Police Service to explore new collaborative strategies for improving school safety, since the Adopt a Cop initiative appears to be under-resourced and, in actual fact, largely ineffective in addressing escalating school safety concerns? Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable? You're done?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. The next speaker is Honorable, no. It was Honorable Shkwambana or Honorable Gaza. Honorable Gaza. Honorable Shkwambani, you can take over, it's fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. And then greetings to you, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. I just have some few questions to ask here. So we have been doing the oversight as the members of Parliament to check the state of readiness of our schools. And then, but amongst others, the question that I want to ask is with regard to I want to know from the minister and the department itself, how many schools in each province or district and the municipality recorded a 0% pass rate in the 2024 matric results? And what are the causes of such performance or the poor performance? And what plans does the department have to address or and improve those outcomes? Because it is a fact that we might have those schools that actually performed very poor, and we need to know what are the causes of such poor performance and what are the plans to make sure that we mitigate such problems. The other issue that I want to come to, Chair, is on the issue of placement. Minister, I think it will be very much important that we fast track the process of the Bella Act, because one of the issues that we are faced with now with regard to admission, it is because we are not necessarily giving the act or the Bella Act the interest or the focus is actually deserved, because amongst others, the issue of placement is addressed in the act on its own. So I heard you, Minister, in your opening remarks when you said somewhere around June or before June, you would have actually done all the process that which you are seeking to have done before you can actually get a specific date and a month and a time as to when is this act going to be implemented, so that we're able to hold you accountable, because we are experiencing a lot of issues in our schools on the basis that some of these things that which are there on the act, they are not actually implemented. So please give us a guidance there as to when exactly are we going to see the act being implemented, so that we're able to also hold you and the department accountable. On infrastructure itself, Chair, we have a serious problem in our country. When we have been doing oversight, we've experienced shocking conditions in our schools. Our schools, their buildings are actually rotten to the core. There's a school in Limpopo, in the region of Mopani, the sub-region of Tzanini. called Muime Primary School. The school itself was built at
Honorable,
19...
lost you. I don't know if it's only myself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, I was saying we have a school in Limpopo, in the region of Mopani, the sub-region of Tzaneen, by the name of Muime Primary School. The school was actually built in 1953. And since ever the school was built, there's never been any renovation made there. There's never been any maintenance of some sort that was made in that school. And we are speaking here today. That primary school, the building is rotten. There's cracks from the foundation up until to the roof. When you get inside, the ceilings are falling apart. The floor is cracked on its own. Teachers and learners, they are actually risking their lives in that particular school. And when we engaged with the principal of the school told us that she have indeed reported this matter to the Department of Education in the province, but there's no positive response or results out of actually a report that she's actually made. It actually shocked and touched me to say, but we are risking the lives of our kids here. We are expecting these kids to come to class, attend, and then be focused. But how do you focus when you are still scared that a roof can even fall on top of you? That anyhow, maybe you can sink because the floor is also on a bad condition. So I'm making this to you, Minister, and the department to say, can we go and look at this matter? And I will provide the minister with the documents and the correspondence that the principal of the school made, because I've requested her to show me where she have actually reported this matter and to who. And indeed, she have actually shared some of the correspondence that she have made to the Department of Basic Education in the province, and nothing is happening up to that far. So our kids are faced with serious challenges. Again, the issue of placement, again, if I may go back there, Chair, if you can allow me. We have a serious problem where parents relocate from one province to another. You know, when they relocate from one province to another on the basis of their work responsibilities, that now they are moving from Gauteng to Limpopo. I've got a case of a parent who was working in Gauteng, and now the parent is in Limpopo. And now his 3 kids cannot find school in Limpopo because the parent was in Gauteng. Because of work responsibilities, now they've moved him from Gauteng to Limpopo, and he must move with his family. He must relocate with his family. Now I'm speaking to you now. It's almost a month now. Kids are not at school, and it's a very frustrating situation. So I just want to know from the department, how do you deal with such cases when I move from one place to another or relocate to another province on the basis that I'm now going to work nearer to that place and my kids are supposed to get school? So how do we deal with such things? Because I understand some of the reasons why we've got a number of or a huge number of learners who are not placed today is mainly because of such that parents are relocating, and other reason point to the fact that parents prefer certain schools than the others. But on this case, I want to speak on the issue of relocation where necessary. A parent is going to work in a particular place which is different from the previous one. So can we still, can we address that issue? And then on the scholar transport, chair and the minister, we need to be honest to ourselves, because what I read from the presentation, or what I get from the presentation, we just note that we've got this problem, but there's no a plan and a way on how to deal with such problem, because the people who are suffering on the ground is our people. There's an issue in the Free State, Tabanchu, in the schools from the farms there, where learners are given transport that which is not in good condition. There are no proper seats in that transport. The windows are broken. Sometimes the car stuck on the way. Kids are actually even overcrowded in that particular bus or the taxis that which they are using. And I ask myself, who approved these things? Who then come to say, but this person should be the one giving us this transport? Are we having a system in place, Minister, to evaluate, go and physically check this transport that our kids are using, because it seems as if we just receive reports from department and we receive reports from whoever is giving us reports, and we record it in our records to say there's a learner transport in this province, in that province, and so forth. But necessarily, we don't know what type of transport these kids are using, because these kids are using transport that which at any time many things can happen, and it can even lead them to even die in the process, because this transport which they are using, they are not in good condition. On the nutrition program, Chair, when the schools were reopening this year, there are a number of schools that were visited as they reopened. Majority of the schools in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, in the Free State, and also in the Northern Cape, they did not have food on the first day when they were reopening. Some of them even took a week for them to even receive food. And we get to wonder to say, but the report tells us that this process was done long before even the 2024 academic year could get finished. But when kids are arriving in January, there's no food. They even go to in as far as a week without food. So what is happening? Are we really just getting reports as the department and record whatever we are getting? Because what I'm getting here is that always we'll be told that things are fine and we take it as it is. Then I would want to recommend to the portfolio committee to say, we need to go to these schools as the portfolio committee, and particularly to the schools that I just mentioned, that one of Muime, with regard to the building that which is collapsing on its own. So we need to go there and check this and stop just receiving the reports, and stop just receiving theory, and then we focus on the real things that which are happening on the ground, because our kids really, they are struggling. So on the issues of teachers vacancies, I don't understand why do we have vacancies that are so increasing yearly, like of teachers who are sitting at home, and these people every time when they apply, they don't, people just get to be employed without them knowing how these people were employed. And can the minister and the department check the involvement of NEHAW in this process of hiring teachers? Because NEHAW is killing our people, and NEHAW is killing us on the ground, because they are highly and deeply involved in the process. And some of the people that are getting to be employed there, you don't know where they come from. Some of them, you'll find that the school is looking for a teacher to teach mathematics, but they're going to hire someone with only English and Afrikaans, without mathematics, and that person is supposed to go and teach mathematics in that school, and our kids are being subjected to not getting a proper education they deserve, because there's a lot of corruption, and there's a lot of fraud, and there's a lot of things that are happening there which are not going well. So can we put a hand and an eye there and check the involvement of these unions that our schools are having, that which are giving us problems in these schools? Lastly, Chairperson and the Minister. Minister, are you aware that this January, the past January of this year, there are a number of teachers here in South Africa who did not get their salaries on time, or some of them did not get their salaries in their numbers. And then now, when these people don't get their salaries, they go and check what is the reason behind. They are being told that the system kicked them out, so they are no longer appearing in the system. Hence, they were not given their salaries, and which caused a serious problem to our teachers as well. Can we look into that? And I want to know from the minister, is the department aware what really happened there? Because these people, it's no longer even indicating to them as to whether they are still eligible teachers that must be recognized as teachers, because the system just automatically took them off them. So the other issue I just want to speak on, Chair, you will allow me, is on the issue of the overcrowding of our kids in the classrooms. There's a school in Mpumalanga, Nhlanzini region. It's called Mutuma Secondary School. You go to that school, there are no enough classroom in that school. Learners are many. Learners in one class are more than 50. There's no enough chairs. There's no enough tables. There's not even, they are still using these things of your green board and the dust, and those things are not even there when you arrive there. The school is a mess on its own. So I just want to know from the department itself to say, but what type of interventions is the department doing to address such issues? Because our people, how do you expect our people to perform best in that type of a condition where they are overcrowded in class, where there's no resources and equipment and necessary things that must assist them to actually perform very well in class? So we are actually placing and making sure that we are disadvantaging our own kids that we are expecting them to pass, and now we are busy celebrating to say no, at least quintile 1, 2, 3 schools, they perform better. But the reality of the matter is that they should have done more better than what they did if this type of schools that we're speaking about now were actually also taken into consideration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shkombana and Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I'm digitally challenged. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the colleagues and the honorables. Chair, mine is just going to be a bit short because most of the topics the members have covered me. But on top of my list, I want to understand and know clearly the issue of teachers, the so-called 2,000 teachers in Western Cape that might be losing their jobs. I need clarity on that. What has the department planned, and what are they planning to do about that? What are they going to do about that? Because most of the time when this subject is touched on, it's just touched on as if it's a simple matter, and it affects mostly the black schools if you check the stats. Now, going forward, I need to maybe assist the minister or ask for assistance from the minister. There is a trend of our principals in schools being killed, mostly just outside the school premises, just outside. I don't know whether it's done deliberately so that the department doesn't intervene in that, or I don't know what's the system of doing so. But there is that trend, and it's growing, and it's putting our children in a very, very dangerous situation where you find now children go to school, in their mind they have this thing. They have this thing of sorry for that. They have this thing of what happened at the school premises outside. Now, I would like to ask, maybe as a department or government, to do something about that, because it's a serious problem. Most, when you ask about these issues, why do they happen? You find that there's fights, there's infights at the school. You find teachers are saying we've reported somebody because of certain issues, and certain department did nothing. Specifically, the provincial did nothing on those matters, and then suddenly there's now serious fights, and even killings start happening. For example, there's a school in Davidson called Unity. Some of the teachers, they are no longer reporting at school. They are now reporting at the Department of Education in Benoni. Instead of going to school and teach our children, they fear and say, they are pointing fingers amongst each other. And they've reported this matter to the department, and the department apparently did nothing on this matter as well. Now, it is also alleged that that school, sorry for that, my network has. Can you still hear me? Chair?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Honorable Shaw.
Thank you. And on that note of that same school, it is now alleged that that school has a principal who has fraudulent qualification. Now, I would like to propose to the minister that can we or can the department do a verification of qualifications of most of the employees? I know it will take a long time, but can we do that as at least to ensure that our schools are handled by people who are qualified to be in those positions and teach our children? Because the bogus qualification accusation, it's mostly all over in South Africa. And most of the schools, you'll find that principals are mostly alleged that their qualifications are not as proper. As to that school as for an oversight in Davidson, I found that in the core of the fight, and now that they are now saying to each other, this one called Inka before me, this one called Inka before me, they came to the school to kill me, and all those allegations. But the department is in the center of this and they did nothing. I would like to ask and plead with the principal, the minister, at least to attend to this matter. Offline and off this platform, I would engage maybe the minister about it and give certain evidence that we have. But it is not only the school, it is 5 or 6 schools in South Africa in different provinces that are having the same problem. And in those problems, there's somebody dead, somebody shot in those situations. Lastly, they on the media, I would like to have this for clarity of this information and for our people. There is this percentage, well, which I appreciate, but there is a certain political party that says that the percentage given to us is not the real or the true percentage that our students got. I kindly ask for clarity for the sake of our people and for the sake of South Africa to be clear on that matter. I thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shomwe. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from the department. And I think I would have taken notes down on the response of the minister on the issue of PELA implementation. And I had the minister made highlight of the formulations of guidelines for the implementation of the act, and there were timeframes that were highlighted. I think one must raise a significant concern about the commitment to timely deal with the educational reform, more so on dealing with the issue of implementing the act. As I am of the view that there is a strategic delay to hinder progress, desperately need for our education system, because I want to believe implementing Bella Act is crucial for addressing the challenges faced by our schools and ensuring that every child receives the quality education it deserves. So the suggestion that we need additional guidelines to proceed with implementation seems very much unnecessary and counterproductive. I feel like that, Chair, as the legislation itself provides a clear framework of action, and further delays only serves as a prolonged status quo, which is not acceptable for me as a member. I think we're just dealing ourselves for our learners and educators. We still have a lot of issues to deal with. And I believe that setting a timeline for implementation in June is too far. It's too far to distant, because especially when we have to capacity to begin the necessary processes much more sooner. So I want to propose that by end of March, we should be speaking something that we are going to implement, so that we can advocate for a swift action from there. And we emphasize the time for our to deal with the act, so we can be able to deal with the discrepancies that we could have raised. For example, your many schools like now, Chair, when coming to infrastructure, are grappling with deteriorating infrastructure that poses a serious threat to the student safety. In some instances, classrooms are broken ceilings. Where a school that I visited in Magareng, Mokhomotse High School, it's bad. There's a if that building can fall, we're going to have to account in Cape in quarantine. But the good thing is that I did write to the department for such, and I think there's the absence of adequate security measures in schools has led to increased incidents of vandalism and theft and violence attack against our officials who should be spearheading the schools and defending them. I think we should look onto it, because previously, when we asked the department and the police about their relationship, they assured us that they've got good relationship, they are day-to-day in school. But if these incidents seem to appear, and when we have to get reports about them, we are told police could have arrived later after the scene, or there are no police. So we need to really deal with the integration of our stakeholders much more with DBE. We need to push them where they must have their forums to sit, because part of the other forum that is critical is the workplace done by the management in school vis-a-vis the work done by the unions to correlate and amalgamate their work so that we are able to tick the box on key issues of outstanding chair. We need to look onto that, because the school safety is quite imperative in any ways, because of it deals with our physical safety of our kids, it deals with key issues of safety that deals with our children who are at risk in terms of drugs abuse that are being sold by those who are outside. So there are a number of issues we need to look at, and I think the department must expedite the program and the process. So without waiting to waste time, I would want to go firstly to ask the department on infrastructure, because we've been raising issues of infrastructure, and the department has been assuring us that they are dealing with it, they are repairing, they are fixing. But as we go and visit our schools, and reports we are getting is quite embarrassing, and it's quite not good reports that we should accept. And then I would want to ask my first question, Chair, how has the budget been allocated for infrastructure projects aimed at overhauling existing dilapidated facilities? Are there any provision for emergency repairs, and what measures are in place to address any anticipated funding shortfalls that could delay the critical renovations? More so, for example, the example I made is Muhumuta School in Mahareng. It's overcrowded. The building is unrepaired. There are no groundsmen. So what is the department willing to do? Are there any resources that are flexible? We need to get an answer from that. And then, considering the scale of the infrastructure challenges, Chair, what measures are being taken to ensure that the DBE has adequate resources, both in terms of funding and skilled personnel, to manage and expedite the completion of these essential projects? We will need to get an answer from there. And then, lastly, from the infrastructure projects, I would want to know what plans are in place to ensure the sustainability and ongoing maintenance of the newly constructed or renovated infrastructures. How will the DBE address the historical neglect that has led to the current state of dilapidation in our schools? They must give us an action plan with immediate effect. In fact, I'll prefer it in written so that we keep on holding them accountable. Because this year, I think the approach of the committee, in as much as we get responses here, we should adopt the written answers to be sent to us so that we deal with issues that are repeating themselves, so that we can be able to set hands and share. That's what I'm proposing. And then I would also want to know, how is the department addressing the issue of unqualified and underqualified teachers in the system? Because I'm asking all of this because this will set us back. We need now to face reality. The curriculum must be aligned, and the teachers must be more capacitated with regard to the current alignment and the current demands of the economy. That requires that we should give our kids what is best. And then have all the teacher appointments been finalized to ensure no delays at the start of the school of the year? Want to know if you finalized that. And then with regard to the curriculum and learning materials, Chair, I would want to know what measures are in place to guarantee that learning materials meet quality standards that are accessible to all learners. And then the other one is that, given that schools still rely on outdated textbooks, what steps is the department taking to update and diversify learning resources, including digital platforms, to enhance learning experiences? I'm raising all of these because we are facing a way that we need to deal with issues that says now on the curriculum must really be realigned to the current demands. Because what we are seeing with the current geopolitical spots, with regard to what might happen is that we need to invest in innovative and research of the country. And how we do it, it's when we start in the basic education department, where we need to put more effort on making sure that in whatever that we give is going to build self-capacitation for our learners to be able to understand the importance of making sure that we invest in the country and bring things that are going to change the economy to better the working class. And then I want to also check because in the schools like Homoto High School in Pampelstad, schools like Tirelecho in Kimberley, have all learners received the textbooks and learning materials for them because of we saw on media reports when we visited, learners were saying others do not even have textbooks. And then the other things is to check are there any changes to the curriculum for 2025 in our schools? So I also want to check on that. Now, let me get to learner admissions and placement chair. What measures is the department implementing to ensure fair and transparent learner admissions policies across all schools, particularly in areas with high demand for placements? And how are these policies being communicated to parents and communities to ensure understanding of compliance? We want to know that because we do. That's why I'm rejecting the notion that we must implement on June. When coming to admission is close to, it is where our problems are starting from the part of the basic education point of view, where there's prohibition, where the system is used against our learners and parents not to access the schools. And then given anticipated increase in learner numbers by 2025, what plans does the department have to expand school capacity and infrastructure to accommodate all learners? How will the department address a situation where schools are already operating in full capacity? I would want to check that. And then on admission, lastly, on equity and access, close to my heart, Chair, because I believe if we can deal with this, we'll have better performing the department because how is the department working to ensure that equitable access to quality education for all learners, especially those from marginalized communities? And what strategies are in place to support the placement of learners in under-resourced areas, and then how the department is giving support to that? So the other important aspect that I think we've been speaking about previously, Chair, is your school nutrition and transport. That is quite critical. You see, these are the hearts of our learners. They take learners to school, and then the nutrition program seeks to give essential service delivery of making sure that they've got food, because we understand the social challenges that our learners are coming from, the background and the current national burden of unemployment that is facing our country, says that the department will play an essential role in making sure that they respond to the social challenges of that is facing our people. Now, I want to know part more because I'm from, we did this thing, and some of the schools regard to the safety and the health hazards of where they store the food of our learners, it's questionable. So I want to know what measures are in place to ensure that food suppliers meet the required health and safety standards in such a way. Do you get reports monthly? Who are there any inspectors? And in case where you find that these are not in good standard, what do you do? What are the mitigating factors? And then when coming to transport, has the school transport system been finalized? And are there any anticipated challenges in rural and township schools? What steps are being taken to ensure that learners in need of transport have access to safe and proper transport? I want to align with Honorable Manga. We get to see transports that are not in good shape or that are not roadworthy to transport our learners. And yet we are paying these people money, but failure for them to take our kids, which is hindering with the performance of our kids. The department must pull up its socks and make sure that we respond to these things. And maybe we should get to know how far are we, or those who could have transgressed the law with regard to learner transport, who did not deliver adequately. Lastly, we've seen the budget and financial accountability. As a department allocated sufficient funds to ensure smooth school operations in 2025. How is the department addressing budgetary shortfalls that may impact service delivery in all of our schools in the country? I want to know. And then there's the pandemic. There's been a numerous of reports on a looming pandemic at China. It started like this when it started in the country. It was far from us up until it has arrived. I think I would want to know the department's readiness now, 2025, as we're heading to another season of winter. Are there any health measures in place to manage potential outbreaks of the infectious diseases in schools? Are we ready? Are we put a plan in place? Can we deliver the plan to say, if it's going to happen now, we are going to put this in place, we are going to follow these platforms, we're going to engage in these particular platforms. And then as the department ensure that schools have adequate access to healthcare and services, such as schools, nurses, or first aid. Again, I'm going back to your stakeholder engagements with relevant departments. And the schools been engaging in quarterly, monthly reports on the Department of Health, the schools been in programs of awareness across the country, so that they're able to know that in case of emergency, where do we go? Because we found out that what is happening in society, we've got inadequate services to give to society, but how do we make sure that we do not get limited resources at schools to be able to respond to the outbreak? Because we need to be ready. We don't know what might happen. So, Chair, happy to say that that's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Law. Honorable, I see it's just iPhone. It's just written iPhone.
A ke go dumedishe magorena ga ile gore jalo ke tla nkgopela go kenela diatlametseng.
No. Oh, Honorable Command, there's you, there's iPhone, and there's Honorable Gaza. So, okay. iPhone's hand is still up. It might be Honorable Ngobeni, so just lower the hand. Then yes, Honorable Komani, you can take this. Honorable Komban, yes.
I think that iPhone must be renamed.
Yes, I agree.
We must know who's here. We must not just have iPhones. We must know who's here.
Honorable iPhone, can you rename your gadget, but also lower the hand?
I'm not the one, Chair. I'm not the one. It's Honorable
Honorable Komane, Mr. Brown, can we just double check whose iPhone and if the person can identify themselves?
A ke go leboga modulasetulo ke re komiti ya gešo e pila ngwago muswa ka moka ga lena as long ga re se ra bonana mahlong e tlo fodula le ngwago muswa jalo ka go rialo ko gona ga ke tamiša ke rialo ke go tamiša modulasetulo le ba department ministera le bona ba mphato e le go komiti ya gešo ke laetse gore re leboga presentation ka tsela e bile go ka gona re kgonne go ga ka tsebe re rutegile jalo ngwago ko muswa o le go muswa re dumela gore mongwe le mongwe o tla ka kgopolo tše mpšha ka go rialo ke rata go tšea sebaka se ke batametše ministera ke re mmagorena re ya go tamiša re tshepa gore o tlilo re tšea ka tsela ya maleba o re iše pele le ge e le gore there is some lot of things that we are not satisfied about. And as far as we understand, it's not everybody who can be perfect, scientifically proven so. On some other level, it will be important to at least listen to people when sharing their views, and then mark where you can add your knowledge to your knowledge so that we can walk with the proper pace. My first question, it will be one of oversight to the minister. The minister, do you really understand the thing that we call it oversight that is practiced by the member of this committee? If you really understand it, then we should have been in position to see progress. Because we are doing job for you, making job for you to be simple. Going and get the information, witness from your schools that you don't even know, then we bring it to you. But at the end of the day, the schools remain the same. We are asking the minister to at least to compose her team that will target with the issues that we are tabling every Tuesday. As far as you can ask yourself, there is a lot of oversight that have been done by the committee. But even today, we even had the report that they say they will. But we have never had the report that we have done your job. The one that we were complaining about is now proper. We have dealt with it. Then so it is weakening the standard of the minister that the people whom are working with her, if they pull legs, they are not pulling their legs, they are pulling yours. Because we will be looking at you. And before, maybe we can recommend to at least get a standard of sending you to DRC and bringing that one of DRC back. You must at least provide us with proper leadership. We have reported schools here that are not well and are overpopulated. And Minister, please associate yourself with Department of Home Affairs. Children are born every day. Children are growing, but your schools are not growing. And just imagine if you fail to prepare the schools, what it will be when it's about to start a school from the foundation. We are asking to at least look at the list that the villages, the provinces, the communities have asked for new schools. They got reason why they want new schools. And please consider new schools. Bana ba bele go magorena bana ba gola le tseba ga botse gore re hloka boroko go tsoga go le bana ga re tieng lenane go la go consider gore bana ga ba belegwa ba hwetše dikolo. Re hloka gore dikolo di be gona bana ba eng dikolong. Di-application ka moka tše e le go gora gore ba nyaka dikolo tšeo di swa di-secondary re kgopela minister and her team ba di šale morago, then we make sure that we get that schools. Go laetse gore your age is complying with the level of the life. You will provide fresh ideas. You will be active as you look like. Then so just come with implementation. The other question, our minister and your team. Re kgopela le re providing ka di special schools tšeo le re go le natšo. Names, list ya gona, le di province tša gona, re te tshwareleng. We want to keep it ourselves and we don't want to Google it because we got the minister and the team that will provide us with that. And on the other hand, we still want to know, even if you are going to provide that schools, why do we still have the children with the 3rd degree standard of disability in your schools while you have that? Special schools. Why are you leaving people who are not getting any help from your teachers? Because your teachers and principals are crying tears every day. Have you seen how shame is it we go to oversight just to wipe the tears of the teachers and the principals? We are tired of wiping tears of people. We've got children to take care at home who are crying every day. Now the teachers and principals are crying for us instead of crying for you. We expect not to see any child with a 3rd degree standard of disability in any school of South Africa because your department or your team, when they come to the committee meeting, they claim they have that school. Then so if this really they have is not a claiming, let them clean our schools. Our children go to the proper places where they will be attended to. And then the other thing, our minister, this thing of bringing information to your desk and find itself unattended, I call no man. That one must come to an end. Or we must help you to compose the team. That will help you properly. Because it comes to our notice that your people are not taking you serious. Because if we place the disability in schools, we should have had the report. You know, we tabled some last year, or maybe you were still new in the office, you were still looking for the direction of your chair, where it's going best. But this year, we expect you to do the best, Mama. Just provide us or provide our communities with what is supposed to be. The other thing, yeah, we have a trust in you, Minister. And we understand very well that even you yourself, without saving any master of somewhere, you know why the Bella bill is here. Then so we don't want to at least allow yourself to lose focus of what is prominent with what is not prominent. We are asking this thing to be active with an immediate effect, because people have been affected since the apartheid born. Then now today you are born, you are the minister. You still want to delay, promote the dead apartheid. We are asking you, please, do the implementation of what is supposed to, as far as you understand the best why the Bella bill is here. It shouldn't have been here if there was no problem. There is a problem. Then so for us to making, or for you to making a dug and dive of prolonging these processes in favor of making the delaying tactics, we will never accept it, because tomorrow we got finished here. We got only 5 years, and some of us, we are not sure if we are going to finish this term with you. But before the tomorrow come, just make something at our presence complete, so that even if we passed away, in the record, it must be recommended that at our time, we at least manage this and this. Then so help us by doing that, principle. And then I last time reported the issue of a certain school in Limpopo, Sekhukhune, Elias Motswaledi, in the name of Khothala. I even promised you that they are going to give you high percent. I was shocked when I was looking you on TV celebrating Mapena from Khothala, the one who cried tears at the front of my oversight. You know, she was not crying for her salary. She was crying for toilets, at least toilets, crying tears. But it was nice for Department of Education celebrating her. Can you just make yourself a favor, go and visit such schools like those ones? Where do they gain that percent from? How do their background looks? You'll get shame. Some of your best schools have never made that percent, that people who are working under critical conditions are giving you the result. You were hosting people high, not knowing where they come from. Can it be a remedy to do the follow-up of the schools that are performing best, and to go and see how can you make them do more? Not saying those who are doing bad, you must neglect them. It's your job to balance the equation. As far as we know, it is not to mock anybody when you are balancing equation. Then so we believe if you can work as a team and respect everybody's work, we will come all right. We do oversight of our energy, out of our energy, to help you. Can you consider that, Minister? The report that we brought to the table, your team don't give it to you, because you should have been in touch with it long ago before our oversight. They are sitting looking far away over mountains in order to look in their schools. It's a place of deployment. Then so for our efforts going up and down, going to the schools, doing an oversight for you to be familiar with your place, department, just take us serious. By just showing us that you consider. One day, let us just hear that the school that have been attended by the minister, and the problem is solved, because we don't just want to approve your voyages to that school. We need results. Up to so far, we have never lost trust on you, Minister. because we are quite sure that we are a good listener. What we are expecting is just to be a good implementer. And we got hope in you. And then we hope that you head us. Modulasetulo, ga ke go leboga ngwana kgoši godimo ga sebaka se le re adimile go sona ke mokana ke re shebe bana ba kgoši.
Re a leboga Honorable Komane, although yeah, re swanetše re fele re bolela gore no re maswabi ebile mahloko le balapa bao ba lositšego masole a rena kwa DRC. Re leboga ga o re gopoditše. Honorable Gaza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister of Education, and everyone in attendance. I think my colleagues have covered me very well. However, I would like to zoom in to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Firstly, through you, Chairperson, I just want to check with the Minister if are there any interventions or systems put in place in ensuring that the province of KwaZulu-Natal is provided support, because I really feel that there is something seriously wrong with this province, since one was privileged to have a back to school campaign where we monitored various of schools in KZN. Honorable Minister, the first thing I just want to raise is that the province is crying out loud with the issue of budget cuts and financial constraints, and these concerns about finances, they end up putting our children at risk. For example, I will start with the ECD facilities. You know what is happening? I think it's the second time I'm raising this issue, and it's very frustrating, and it's very disappointing, because we are putting our children, the one that we are still want to see them growing, at risk. You know, ECD facilities are running without any support from the department for more than 4 months. And I really do not know what is happening here, because it seems like we are gambling with the lives of our children. I really do not understand how do you expect a proper teaching and learning to take place while the educator is not paid, while the child has not been fed. This is a very concerning matter when it comes to ECD facilities. Another thing that one was fortunate to observe is the issue of service providers in KZN, especially the NSNP. The school nutrition program is not running smoothly in KZN due to these issues of late payments, and service providers end up not delivering food on time in schools, and that leave our children to go in classes without any food. This issue is also based on the issues of financial constraints, where they have to redirect finances. I do not know how, because last time I checked, this was it was called, I do not know how this NSNP finances are called, but they are like nje isamba semali esifakiwe that is not expected to be
Huge lump sum
redirected.
of money.
Hello?
Apologies, Honorable Gaza. We do have, and I think, apologies on my behalf, I should have said this. We do have interpretation services. So where you want to use your own language, you can, but just allow the interpreter to then interpret to the meeting. So that was the interpreter. Apologies.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, I was trying to explain the budget that is responsible for NSNP. The last time I checked, this budget was not supposed to be redirected, but lately we find a service provider does not paid on time, since these budgets has to pay other service providers. Same thing with ECD. If they are checking why they are not paid, they are told that some finances were redirected to pay service providers for cleaning or security and stuff. Another common issue that we discovered while one was monitoring schools is the issue of norms and standard. I really want to understand here if it's the province of KwaZulu-Natal that has a challenge of norms and standard payouts, because now the issues that we discovered from different school principals is that they are unable to run schools because department is not paying them on time. Recently, they are paid in installments, and sometimes when they are told the budget will be paid on a certain day, but they will end up running without that funding if over 2 months, while they were told they will be paid. You know, so they find it very difficult to run schools with this phase of payments in terms of norms and standards. And this allows me to go back to where the DDG was talking about section 21 in terms of procuring the LTSM and stationery. In this case, I just want to check, since principals are complaining that they do not have norms and standards to run schools, how are they expecting the service providers to provide LTSM and stationery in depth, while if principals themselves, they are unable to run their schools? I just want to check if the department has some systems that they have put in place to monitor this function in terms of this as per the intervention that the schools will engage service providers to make some plan of buying stationery while they haven't paid them. I just want to check if are there any time frames for this function to take place. Another thing is the issue of infrastructure. I think most of us has deliberately alluded in terms of the infrastructure. I even wrote to the chairperson when I was doing an oversight in one of the schools that was built in 1968 and has never undergone any renovations. The state of that school is deemed just beyond repair, and you know, it's making it unsafe and unsuitable for teaching and learning. So I really just want to check if the department is aware of such issues. And you know, in this school, I discovered that educators, their staff rooms. In such cases, I just want to check if the department has a plan to monitor all schools like this one, which was built in 1968. And I really think that we are not being fair if such school and the condition that we saw in the school, it was unfortunate, and it's putting our children lives at risk. So I just want to also share the issue of educator shortages. In schools that I visited, just to mention the few, Ukolo Phambili is running the school with shortage of 11 educators. 2 of them supposed to teach geography and English in the school. However, it's been 4 years now. These vacancies are not filled. And it's very amazing to learn that some schools are having shortages like this, while we have so many educators that are not employed. I really do wish to understand what is the ratio in terms of that issue. Also, Pezulu has a shortage of 10 educators, in Tagemazolo 13. Yet we are expecting these schools to produce quality results. Another issue is based on scholar transports. On the first day of school reopening, 47 unroadworthy vehicles were declared unfit for use. I just want to check if the department has the system of assessing these learner transports on regular basis. If are they fit for use for our children, because I think it's very important that regular checkups on these vehicles are taking place. I think lastly, on the issue of admissions, I've realized that the province of Limpopo also made news to the media in terms of admissions. I've checked with the reports that was sent by the department that there were systems in place. However, since these news were on the news yesterday, I just want to check currently what the department is doing to ensure that all these learners are placed accordingly. Yeah, I think that's it. Another issue. The other issue that is burning in the province of KZN is the issue of water. Many schools in the province, since the reopening of schools, are operating without water, and the educators or the management of schools have decided that they cannot keep learners for the duration of school hours in schools because of this issue of water, and they now going to school. So now teaching and learning, they are taking half of the expected teaching and learning hours. I really want to check if the department is taking any steps to address this issue, because another issue with that of water is that the department is owing the municipality, which makes it difficult for water tankers to deliver in these schools. They are reluctant to deliver water in these schools because when you're asking, they are saying the department is owing them. But the people that are most affected in this issue are our children. And in most schools, they have decided that since toilets are not usable if there are no water, they've decided that they rather go to the route of pit toilets, the one that you are trying to eradicate. And it's very disappointing. I really wish the department can look at the water issue in KZN and see if are there any interventions that they can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Gaza. The last person is Honorable Nube. Honorable Nube. Honorable Gaza, can you please mute? Okay. Seemingly, Honorable Mube has now lowered the hand. Maybe Honorable Mube is covered.
Proceed, Chairperson.
Honorable Shkombane, can you please mute? Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I think that really sums up the questions. It's safe to say, I think as a practice, we should agree as honorable members that understandably so, because we do school monitoring visits during the first term and when we start the academic year, I think what we should adopt as moving forward is for us to compile, read our reports and submit and ensure that the department has answers and they come here prepared to respond on the issues that we would have raised. My questions really are on the presentation. It's firstly on the learner admissions. One is on in terms of GP. So in terms of GP, you see a trend where the highest number of unplaced learners is your grade 8 learners. And my question is, isn't this an indication of poor planning? I'm saying it's an indication of poor planning, understanding the other factors of migration, because also you would need to come and give us and quantify this excuse we're given. I'm saying an excuse because really it has not been quantified. It has not really been quantified to us to say, indeed, our crisis is internal immigration. So if it is grade 8, we're speaking about the crisis being at grade 8, isn't it issues of poor planning? Because if it is majority grade 8, it means by grade 7, we had these learners in the system. In our system, we had learners in grade 7. And we knew that some of these schools are your only exclusively primary schools, so these learners are going to need space. And unless if you say to us, this is all late registrations and it's people that are migrated to the province this year alone. And maybe you would need to really quantify that, justify it, give us the stats, say to us, this is the number of learners that applied in the system, and all this number of learners were from other provinces. Because really, for me, we need to look at planning. And I want to check if, according to the DBE, do you think that there is effective planning in this specific province, especially given that they don't have a challenge at your grade R level? You look at the numbers at grade R level, they are way lower than the numbers at grade 8. Now, to the efficiency of the application system, I'm saying the efficiency because if we look at a majority of the parents that have written to us or that are complaining on media, really, perhaps we will have to speak to the PD and interrogate their system and as to is it efficient. Because if it is an efficient system, by at least November, we should have an understanding that we have a crisis. And we should start communicating with parents at least in November already to say we're going to have a crisis, we're dealing with it, possibly by the end of January. Sorry. We would have dealt with that crisis so that we don't have parents who are panicking each and every year about placement of learners. So is it efficient in terms of, can DBE say to us, this is an efficient system? Lastly, and this covers all provinces, and is what I've just spoken to, communication. Do our departments, PEDs, communicate efficiently and adequately with parents? Because what they seemingly do is to have this auto-generated responses to parents. And then you create all sorts of frustrations for parents. So we don't have a communication strategy as it relates to placements and admissions each and every year, especially in these provinces where we're saying there's a crisis, and that is your Gauteng and the Western Cape. Mpumalanga, So you are seeing Mpumalanga having higher numbers, which is, for me, it is surprising because your other provinces, which is your rural provinces, you have quite maybe lower numbers, your 2,000, 1,000. Others is even very smaller. But Mpumalanga is standing at 938 unplaced learners. And my question is, what is the cause of this? Has it happened in the previous years, where Mpumalanga is now starting to have a rise in number of unplaced learners? And what could be the cause? And I think it was mentioned, and this is something we want you to quantify as well. If you are saying to us it is because of the foreign nationals, that because it is close to the border, areas that are close to the border, you have to show us that indeed the schools or the areas where there's high unplaced learners are the areas close to the border areas, because we really have to root out if we are really not having poor planning. If this is not really a result of poor planning. Then you go to the Western Cape. So the Western Cape has the highest number of unplaced learners at 10,771. And they say, like Gauteng, that we're having an issue of migration. And I want to understand those numbers. Their highest number is the grade R placement. So most of grade R learners are unplaced. And my question is this not a reflection of the attitude of the PED towards implementation of grade R? Have they been implementing grade R? Why are they having a crisis specifically in grade R placements? If you look at all other grades, especially, in fact, if you look at them and your grade 8, it's different from your Gauteng. So Gauteng could be a matter of poor planning, but this one, I want to know if it is not as a result of the attitude towards grade R as a grade, because they've been saying they don't have money. Have they been implementing this grade? Have they been having the grade R in schools in the area? Two, this is very important, and we will request that the DBE gets us through the PED demographics of these unplaced learners. So we've seen the areas, they've highlighted the areas where they say it's pressure points. And 80% of those areas are black areas, are areas where you find majority of the population there is black people. So it means the possibility of those 10,771 learners that are not at school now, they've missed almost a month of schooling, are black kids. Now we want to understand why. Why is it that you have, because if they also say it's because we're having high immigration or whatever migration, internal migration, because they say they have all sorts of migration from other provinces, then they also have to quantify it. They have to say to us, well, this is the number of all these 10,771 learners, especially in terms of grade R. They've all applied late, or this is a number that applied late, and these are people that are coming from other provinces. So we need the demographics, the numbers, the applications. We need that information in the areas where they are saying it's pressure points. And this also is connected with my next question, which is the provisioning of teacher posts. One, the Western Cape. We want a list of all the schools that are exempted from the cuts and why they are exempted from the cuts. If you look at the list that has been released by the Western Cape of the schools that are mostly affected by the cuts, and you look at the areas that the Western Cape has said that it is areas where they are having pressure, it's a serious mismatch. I'm just imagining what is going to happen in those areas. On the basis that, for example, there are schools in Khayelitsha, there are schools in Strands, there are schools in all these areas that they said there are pressure points, where there is certain schools that are losing as much as 10 teachers, schools that are losing as much as 8 teachers and 9 teachers. Yet this is an area where you've got the highest number of unplaced learners. And the question then is, what is the strategy of the department? Has the PED engaged with the department on their strategy to balance this demand that has risen in these specific areas and the teacher posts? And further, to tell us in terms of all the engagements that we've had engagements with the PED, we've had engagements with yourselves. We said, can you engage with this PED to really relook at their budget and their budgeting process to safeguard teacher posts? Because in these areas that you're saying there's pressure points and these areas are overpopulated already, the learner-teacher ratio, from what we've seen, is very high. So we want to know that those engagements, because nothing has changed. The number is still 2,400 and something teachers that are going to be lost. There is nothing that has changed amidst all the engagements that we've had with yourselves and the PED. And I want to agree with the Honorable Command on this one to say, what is then the purpose of engaging if we are not going to see some form of results? For me, it really doesn't make sense that these are the areas of your pressure points, yet these are the areas that are going to suffer the most from the teacher post cuts. And the allegations that are all over media that there is very affluent schools, your quintile 5 schools, very in affluent areas that have been exempted from the teacher teacher post cuts. And we want to understand why. And we want to check if these allegations are true. We'll provide the list of the schools that are alleged to have been exempted. And these are schools that are in your really, really affluent areas where parents pay school fees, where the SGB can afford to really cushion the school in cases of cuts from the department's subsidy. And then you impose these cuts on schools that are very vulnerable, that do not have any other alternative means to actually cushion the teachers' post cuts. So I really want the department to take us through the interventions, the discussions. Why are they not yielding any fruits or any progress? And these discrepancies, what is the plan of the PED then to balance this demand vis-a-vis the cutting of teachers' posts? In terms of the LTSM, well, we've all agreed, and I think this is the motto of the department, that it is a non-negotiable. Learners or areas where we've got learners that have not received workbooks or textbooks on the first day of schooling, it's a non-negotiable. In other areas, it is about really performance issues and management issues. And we want to know if there are those areas, if the department has done investigation with the PEDs on areas where there were challenges with the LTSM, and if there is going to be consequence management. And I'm saying this given, and of course we were with the department when we did the special oversight visit to Setotolani School, which is a special school where learners only started schooling on the day that we did the oversight, and they were not at school all along. And when we arrived on the day, still it was only then that certain workbooks were being delivered. So want to know if, and when you listened to the reasons why from the school management team, you could tell that it is really just an issue of poor management. In terms of the ECD, I agree with Honorable Jordan. I agree that please give us time frame and the percentage of how far, because you can be giving us 1,000 something numbers, but if it does not speak to the overall expected number of ECD centers, then it does not give us a sense, because ultimately, Minister, we want to conclude this process. We want you to come and tell us that this is the number of ECD centers we've got in the entire country, and these are the gaps, and these are the challenges, and this is our plans, and this is our strategy to deal with those gaps and challenges. Because even the provision of this equipment to 7,000 ECD centers, if we don't have an understanding or an overview of the number of ECD centers and the gaps, that might just be a drop in an ocean. And we sit here and we tick the box and we think there is some form of intervention in the ECD sector, and there isn't any. So we really need to get that understanding. Also, the ECD practitioners and the support, we need to get the numbers. As you register, you ought to know how many are in the system, how many are trained, how many are qualified, and how many still need to get additional support. The grade R teachers, we need to get a sense of the demographics as to how many are in the system, how many are qualified, and those that are not qualified that you've actually gotten in the system that are not qualified. What is the plan, the numbers? How many are you going to support through what you've been telling us that you're going to assist them to actually obtain the relevant qualifications? How many are you going to assist? And how many have you assisted? Or how many have you got registered in the system that you know that you must assist? And how many are qualified? Engaged here, and we've agreed with yourselves that you're going to engage with the Department of Transport to hand over the function of scholar transport to the Department of Basic Education, because then it gives us the powers and the authority to really develop guidelines and strategies and to vet and to monitor the quality of the scholar transport that is provided to learners. And we've not received report up to this far. There's just really, I agree, there's just noting. It is not a report of progress to say we've been engaging with the Department of Transport. PETs have been engaging at the level of provinces, and these are the challenges. These are the hurdles we're unable to get here. You know, so it can't be that every year and all the time we just say we're going to engage each other. At some stage, this engagement must happen, and there must be progress. In terms of the standards and norms, the standard and norms of your special schools, hostels, what are your standards and norms? And are you enforcing the norms? Do you monitor? Because where I visited, the status of the hostels of that special school were really deplorable, seriously deplorable. I even asked if any of us seated there would have been comfortable to leave our child in those conditions and agree that our children are sleeping in hostels where the doors don't close, where the windows are broken, where, you know, it was really, really, really seriously disheartening. Do you monitor the standard if the special schools really complies with the norms and standards that are set out by the department for hostels? And one of your officials who was there said, yes, well, those hostels were in line with the norms and standards. And I still said, no, I don't agree. And if that is the attitude, and that is, I don't know, then we are really doing a disservice to our children with special needs. And that is why many parents prefer to stay with them at home. Now, the issue of school infrastructure, the major crisis, and I agree with it's a general thing everywhere where the members of parliament have visited. They are speaking about an old, dilapidated infrastructure, and the crisis is in the strategy of the department, the PEDs, on maintenance and repairs. And when you ask the SGB and the SMT, they say we are allowed to only spend 10% of the budget on repairs and maintenance. But you also look at that 10%, it is seriously not utilized because the schools don't have maintenance, repairs and maintenance plan. They don't have a strategy. So you can have a ceiling that has a hole, and then that is not addressed until the entire ceiling falls down. So you can have a small hole that could have been addressed years ago, but because it's not repaired, it deteriorates even further over the years because there is no school. I don't know if they do submit. I think if they do submit maintenance and repair plans to the PEDs, I think it is really just for ticking boxes exercise. I don't think there's any monitoring strategy. As a result, our infrastructure, our schooling infrastructure has really dilapidated. It's bad. Now, the matric results leak, which I think the department should respond to. the allegations on the media. There was various allegations on the social media that learners had to send their exam number to a certain number, and they pay 100 Rand, and then they get their result 2 days before the official release of the matric results. We want to know how far is that investigation, and can we get a preliminary report as a committee? Now, the Bella Act, and I agree wholeheartedly with both Honorable Komani and Honorable Law. Perhaps, Minister, you can give us guidance as to what is not clear in the Act, that it requires guidelines. What is not clear? Because the regulations speak to contingent two sections of the Act, which were sections that were meant to be contagious, that society was engaging on, but there was never in society or any stakeholder where we heard that there is actually uncertainty on what the sections of the Bella Act mean. So if there isn't that uncertainty, did stakeholders all of a sudden come back and say we require guidelines to implement? Because our understanding is that the Act is in full swing, it's being implemented. That's our understanding. The regulations speak to the two sections, which there was an agreement that there will be regulations just to actually give meaning to those sections. But the entirety of the Act, the entirety of the provisions of the Act, which are amending the Schools Act, are very clear. Even myself, who's not an education practitioner, it's very clear. So we don't know what those guidelines are, and we hope those guidelines are not an attempt to delay the process, and are not the attempt to really downplay and to dampen the Bella, because we understand, Minister, where we see your attitude yourself, the Bella Act, because you did not even go to the signing of the Act. We understand your party and the pressures of your party, and we've already heard the views about how they are going to delay. So we hope that is not an attempt to delay, because where we are standing, there's no need for guidelines. All other sections of the Act are very clear, and everyone should start implementing. So what we're expecting is to hear the department saying, we're going to start with the phase one of requesting SGBs to commission policies or what. We're going to be checking the compulsory implementation of grade R in schools. We're going to be checking which area there is no such. We're going to be checking the compulsory schooling years. We're going to be checking this and that. So what is not clear there? So we hope the guidelines are not necessarily, in our understanding, the Act is being implemented. The only aspect we're waiting for, or the only aspect that needs regulations, is the two sections. And of course, we are looking forward to participating in that process. And we will participate in that process. I think I will leave it there. And I see, Honorable Ngube, you still have your hand up. And I had given you an opportunity, but you did not come in. I want to close here on questions and allow the department to respond. Honorable Ngube?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Do you still have
my Microsoft on my iPhone? No, so now I'm using iPad. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all protocol observed, and thank you for the presentation. But the presentation okunye kwakho akukho ey'koleni while umuntu ade enza i-oversight back to school.
Some of the things are not available in schools while someone was doing oversight.
My question is, what measures is the Department of Basic Education implementing to address the 0.8% of learners who remain unplaced as of January 23? 2025, given that approximately 99.2% of the new learners have been successful placed in school. Additionally, what specific strategies are in place to ensure that the needs of these unplaced learners are met in timely manners? In light, Chair, of the report's vacancy rate across provinces, particularly the Eastern Cape at 9.3% and the Northern Cape at 20.5% as of November 2024. What immediate action is the department taking to fill this vacancy? For more further, how does the department plans to improve teachers' provisioning to ensure that all learners have access to quality education, considering these statistics? Department of Education, I'd like to know if you said you are preparing for 2025, but Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo and Gauteng and Mpumalanga, the number of children has increased, and you will also reveal that the ratio is 1/31 for the increase. You knew that there are 84 children in classes, while sine problem yama class notice. When you are going,
When we've got a shortage of classes and teachers.
Yes. When are you going to fix the ratio issue? Because the one you wrote is not there. Ayikho lento ka 1/31.
The ratio of 1:31 does not exist or is not there at schools.
Yes, uthisha uneyingane eziwu-84, even ka-grade R up to grade 12.
The teacher has got about 84 learners from grade R up to grade 12.
Okay. On your slide of the school's post, you state that there are vacancies for HOD and the deputy principal and the principal as well. You know the numbers of the post required to the level, but you don't count all grade R practitioners in the system, while there is a grade R in system. Abangaholi, kodwa labo HOD principal, you know very well ukuthi faneke bayofakwa kuma-post. Le issue le yaka grade R uyilungisa nini department?
You are aware that the grade R educators are not included in the system. When are you going to fix this problem of the grade R teachers?
And then, you know, there is some other teachers have not have qualified, but those teachers are still in the system. And then, are you giving away the money that is support is not there? Because you know, Minister and Department of Education, ukuthi ka grade R kunothisha abakhona abaholi state page, but abekho qualified. Leyo issue nilungisa nini?
Minister, you are aware that there are grade R teachers who are not qualified, but you are just paying them stipend. When are you going to fix that problem?
And then you said you are ready for the children who registered by the grade R teachers are not even present at the presentation, which shows that you are not committed to fix this foundation of the children. Department of Education, under learner transport, there is a learner transport and the school transport. In learner transport, you said is available, but on my driving back to school, Angibonanga moto esiza abantwana. Which school are you talking about?
As I was driving back to school, I didn't see any transport that is ferrying learners.
Ngizela kwi-infrastructure. Kwi-infrastructure ey'koleni amawindi awekho afile for years.
Coming to the infrastructure, and some of the schools' windows are broken or they are non-existent. Doors are broken and they are not even there.
What is the current state of school infrastructure in South Africa? And what plans are in place to address backlogs and maintenance issues? I thank you. Honorable, I thank you, Chair. Okay. That will be all the questions and the discussions. Minister, the floor is yours with the team on responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the members for the inputs and the insights. Again, I think I say this often, Chairperson, that the work that the executive does can only really be complemented well by the work that the members of parliament do. There was a member who was asking about, I think it was Honorable Komane, who was asking about oversight and the importance of it, and what an important question, because in as much as we would come here and give you a status update on these things, but ultimately, Chair, it is the responsibility of Parliament to then go and perform oversight on the work of government, to be the ears on the ground. So it's not a conflation of the roles, and it's not one doing the job for another. That's the complementary nature of having the executive, of having the legislature, and the judiciary doing its own thing. And it's that separation of powers that makes really our constitutional democracy a very important one. But Chair, I just want to, I will touch on a number of things that were raised by members, but there are a couple of themes that seemed to come up often. And the first one that I believe that I must deal with, and I must deal with quite clearly, is the issue around the Bella Act and its implementation. I think perhaps, Chair, it may be as part of the process going forward, it might be really useful to have maybe Parliamentary Legal Services come to do just a generic sort of a presentation on the development of a piece of legislation. Once the legislation has been developed and it is a bill, and then it is commenced with by the president and it becomes an act, and then it is commenced with by the president and the minister, which was done at the end of last year, that act becomes fully implementable. So that is to say, to Honorable Lowe, who asked the question, and I think another honorable member, whether or not there is a delay in there, and I think you also, Chair, alluded to perhaps delaying tactics. I want to assure the members that there's no way in law that a minister, despite what you may deem, Chair, as my own personal views, there's no way in law that a minister can simply delay implementing a piece of legislation that has been enacted. So as we stand here, Honorable Lowe, and as we sit here, the Bella Act is fully implementable and is being implemented. In fact, you'll recall last year, Chair, in one of the meetings, I indicated to the department that these were some of the steps we were already taking then even while the consultations around particular sections were being had. These were the steps that the department had already started to take. There were workshops that were already in place, making sure that district officials are au fait with the provision. Act has been commenced with in its entirety, and so its implementation is here. Now, this is the part, perhaps, Chair, I was talking about, where I was saying perhaps maybe not even coming from the DBE, just maybe generally from Parliamentary Legal Services. Every piece of legislation, Chairperson, regardless of whether there are contentious issues to it or no contentious issues, or every piece of legislation is entitled to have regulations that give greater detail to provisions of the Act which are not there. This is the reason why there needs to be regulations. It's not an invention by Minister Kwahube. It simply is a process of lawmaking. You commence with the Act, and then you say, now we begin the process of drafting legislation, of regulations. So to Honorable Low's question about why is it that you are waiting until June to implement, I say once again, Honorable Low, nobody's waiting until June to implement. The Act is implementable right now. But what regulations do is they give greater legal clarity on particular sections of the Act. And to correct, Chairperson, it is not only sections 4 and 5 that require regulations. Yes, there are many sections in the Act that require regulations. And regulations are a very integral part of a lawmaking process. Then the question is asked about, what about these guidelines that are being issued? First of all, the process of developing guidelines is very separate from the process of developing regulations. As we speak, the department is working around the clock to make sure that those regulations are drafted and that they are publicized for public comment. The chairperson has indicated that the committee is very amped to get involved in that public comment process, and I really would appreciate the support of the committee, essentially in really forming part of that public participation. But these guidelines have nothing and are not related to the process of developing regulations. Guidelines are there as merely guides to schools, to SGBs, to PEDs about this new legislative environment they find themselves in. Yes, guidelines have no legal standing, but what we are saying here is to say, should anything be unclear, these are the things that you ought to be mindful of. And in fact, as we were developing these guidelines, we interacted with all our stakeholders to say, while we wait for the regulations, which are integral to the lawmaking process, while we wait for the regulations, we will issue guidelines so that there is seamless transition in the sector from a pre-Bella Act environment to a Bella Act environment. And it's important, Chair, to maybe note that for us here in Parliament, it may be easy for us to say, I'm reading the Act, it makes sense. But we have to also think about the teacher in the classroom. We have to think about the principal in leading a school. Are we giving enough support to those people who are at the core face of delivering education so that they can make sense of legislation that we make? It may be easier for us to understand those things because we are lawmakers, but those are the people that have to implement. So we have to make sure that we give great support to them. We give the training that they need to implement this act. We get the regulations going. We give them guidelines to guide them on how best to implement any section of the legislation. And in fact, the guidelines are not even specific to particular sections. They are across the board. Let me make an example of an important piece of guideline that is there. The issue here is, how do you handle a scenario when a child comes to your school, and they need grade R, and yet your school doesn't yet have grade R as an offering? What do you do then? And the guidelines simply say, well, in this scenario, this is how a district or a teacher or an SGB can handle the matter. You can try and place the child in a privately owned ECD center that offers grade R. Now, Chair, me and you may be able to understand those things easily. But if you're having to make those decisions day in, day out, there are children walking in and out, and you have yet to have a grade R offering in your school, you are going to need somebody to hold your hand throughout the implementation of that process. So I want to assure the members that there is no delaying tactics. In fact, we are moving at pace to give the sector greater clarity on how to implement this act. Number two, I think, Chair, which was something that really came up, and it came up often, and this is, and I think you'll recall last year again when we came here to present, that the issue around financial constraints, and every single member is really affirming what we as a department have consistently said. There were issues that were raised about KZN. I think Honorable Christians raised the issue around the Northern Cape, around KZN, which is a recurring issue, around Eastern Cape, and how provinces are genuinely struggling to fill posts. And the reason being, Chair, is that provinces and the sector have been underfunded consistently for at least over the last decade. And so that's why in my opening remarks, Chair, I indicated that my bid to say to Treasury and to say to the National Treasury, we need assistance, and particular provinces are starting to come undone at the seams, is something that I'm continuing even this year. To say to Cabinet that this is not only a decision that the Minister of Finance can make, this is a decision we as a government need to make. Are we going to fund education adequately at the rate that it requires to be funded? Because this is the nub of the issue. When we're talking about teachers who are unemployed, who are sitting at home, this is why we have that scenario. When people are asking, why do you have temporary teachers but you've got vacancies? The issue is that while provinces may have already declared their basket of posts, some of those may not be able to be funded. And which brings me to the issue around the Northern Cape and KZN. KZN was the first to show signs of financial distress, Chairperson. And we went there with the president and we met with the provincial government and the national government led by the president last year. They were able to lay down what it is that they were struggling with, and we said we're going to absolutely try and assist with the help of provincial treasury and national treasury to try and meet those gaps. But the problems in KZN are immense, and the challenges are immense, and they are largely financially related. And so what is happening in the Northern Cape, members, is something that started in KZN. But it's going to continue to happen unless we stem the tide that says we are being underfunded over and over again. And so this is now what I'm saying is something that we definitely need to really push for as we're heading towards the new financial year. And in fact, I really would even appreciate, Chairperson, the support of the members of the committee, even in Parliament, in asking the questions to ministers of finance, asking the questions why it is that there's been an underfunding, pushing for adequate funding for this particular portfolio, because I agree with all of you that this is an important portfolio and we need to get it right. Then the issue around scholar transport, which has also been another theme. Again, Chairperson, here you'll recall we had a joint meeting with the Department of Transport and the Department of the DBE, and we explained at the time that scholar transport in some provinces is run by the Department of Transport. In some provinces, departments of education run the service. And we indicated at the time that we are working hard, and I think you were asking the question, why is it that we are not seeing any progress? We, and Dr. Whittle is here, the DDG under whom this falls under, we are working very hard to develop a scholar transport policy that will deal with the issues I think some of the members have raised around safety of scholar transport, the availability of scholar transport, whether or not the scholar transport is being paid for and service providers are paid for. This is why we are working working on this policy between us and transport, so that once we have the policy in place, we can make sure that in effect then we try and implement those. Then, Chair, two other things that I want to raise before I give over to the team. The issue you raised about special needs schools, or that you perhaps I think you had visited in Limpopo. Chairperson, I could not agree with you more that we have to do a lot better with how we're handling the issue around infrastructure needs, particularly for our schools of special needs, because those are the most vulnerable people in our society and in our education system. And so I'm glad that there is an increasing, you'll realize or recall that I had indicated that special education, special needs schools are essentially something that is right up there with my priorities. So I agree with you fully, and I want to get the details of that school, and I would like to go there, and I would like to send the department there. But also I want to get a proper audit of where there are inefficiencies when it comes to infrastructure, because those are learners who have special needs, but who require us to make sure that the standard, the places of where they go to school are at an adequate level. Otherwise, as you say, parents would much rather keep their children at home and they don't become productive citizens, which they can be, but we need to get greater care there. Then the last issue is the issue around the data breach, Chairperson. The data breach that that saw some we saw some people claiming to have had access to exam results and selling them. Number one, that happened, as you said, about 2 days before the release of the matric exams. We immediately notified state security and the Hawks, and they got involved. The website was quickly, within 24 hours, shut down because our worry was that these people were now exploiting vulnerable people by asking them to pay money. I don't want to delve too much into where the investigation is at the moment, because I don't want the Hawks to say that I'm undermining their work, but they have indicated, you'll recall, there was a raid.
Stopped.
There was a raid that was done. And so they are aware of who these people are, and they have assured us that they are at an advanced stage with the investigation. But similarly, Chairperson, your question, your concern is valid. Similarly to, there's a criminal element that we need to look at, but also at the same time, we need to look at our own processes, which I've asked the DG to do, to look at our own processes to see where are the leakages, where are the weaknesses on our side, to make sure that data is protected and that we never see something like this happen again. Chairperson, I'm going to leave it there. I would like the DDG, Ms. Gaya and Dr. Whittle, who I know are here, and Mr. Faker, because I think there was a question around teacher vacancies, perhaps in that order. Colleagues, if you can just give some insights into some of the questions that were asked. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, you can continue.
I'm going to ask if Dr. Whittle can come in on the NSNP questions. And then I will ask Mr. Faker to come in on the vacancy issues. And I'll also ask Mr. Ndlebe to come in on the admissions and exactly what it is that happens there on the outstanding unplaced learners, in that order, and then I will come in afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you, honourable members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG and colleagues. So I'll deal with the questions on the school nutrition program, as well as some of the safety issues that got raised by members. In terms of school nutrition, and I think Minister's context is quite important here, we have experienced problems with the transfer of the food allocations in schools in the Northern Cape. We're aware of the problem. We have been working directly with the province to resolve it. We've got a team down there at the moment who is doing monitoring and supporting the province to ensure that the issues are addressed. And we told this morning that all of the schools have now received their allocations. We continue to monitor so that we are in a position to provide feedback both to the committee and to the ministry. In KZN, we often struggle with, and I think it's an issue that was raised by Honourable Jordan, we often struggle with late payments, and part of the problem in KZN is we think that they just have too many service providers. It's the only province that has 1,700 service providers. Just to give you some comparison, in Gauteng, we've got just over 30, in the Western Cape, only 5. And so it's a lot easier, to pay service providers. But it's an issue that we are aware of. We're working with the provinces. We had, towards the end of last year, some engagements with some of the service providers that got paid late. And we often get reports from the province in terms of how they're doing to make sure that all of their service providers are paid on time. The province often raise issues around documentation. They are missing issues that are required from an audit perspective for the province to pay. But again, I think the context that ministers highlighted of budget pressures, etc., also contributes, as far as this is concerned. Honourable Shongwe raises the issue of, and also Honourable Jordan, the issue of killings in schools and how often principals are targeted at the gates of the school. It's something that we are looking at with the police to understand what we think might be a trend that we're analysing a bit further. Minister has convened a special meeting with the police, with the Minister of Police, as well as the National Commissioner, and we work very closely with some of the senior generals in terms of how we identify 10 high incident districts around the country. Those districts are based in 4 of the provinces: Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. And we are finalizing an operational plan in terms of how the police will continue to support the work in these 10 high incident districts that we have around the country. And we are quite advanced in terms of updating the protocol that we have with the police, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks we can get the 2 ministers to sign off on that. The issue that Honourable Lowe raises about the required health and safety measures that we have on the program, we have a monitoring and support program that is supported around the country. It's called MRR, Monitoring, Reporting and Response. And that last part, the response, is what we do as the national department working with the provinces. We have monitors that we employ as part of the program that does the monitoring for us, in the various provinces, and then feed reports back to us. It is difficult because the provinces use quite a wide range of service providers, as I've indicated, the large numbers in KZN, and then also how in 4 of the provinces we transfer money directly to schools, and so it's something that we constantly have to monitor. Honourable Lowe has raised the issue of pandemic preparedness on our part. And just to indicate that we've about a year or so ago, we've done training working with UNICEF for all of the provinces on pandemic preparedness. We have a WASH program that we're currently doing with the German government in our schools, and that's about teaching children to wash their hands, which we know is quite an important aspect of pandemic preparedness. And just to indicate that we've been in contact with both the NICD as well as the Department of Health in terms of the flu outbreak that Honorable Lois has referenced in China. And we are assured that it's not some new virus, but that it is linked to seasonal flu that is currently in the Northern Hemisphere. The late payments that Honorable Gaza has referred to of service provider is something I've addressed already. And I thought Honorable Gaza was looking for conditional grant when she was trying to explain that this is ring-fenced funding for nutrition. Thanks, Chair. Back to you, Ms. Gaynor.
Thank you. Can we ask Mr. Faker to come in on the issues around the post-provisioning basket and how some provinces were able to maintain the exact figures for so many years, as well as the vacancies and how we proceed? Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the Minister, the Portfolio Committee, the DG, and all the other members in this meeting, all the protocol observing in that regard. Let's deal firstly in terms of the post-provisioning basket. I think we've did a presentation actually to the Portfolio Committee meeting actually last year on this particular matter. We've actually indicated actually that the 7 of the 9 provincial education departments were able to maintain the same baskets in that regard. Of course, there are going to be a number of the challenges which we've actually indicated actually as well. Is of course there may be a slight increase in terms of the learner-educator ratios at actually some of the schools actually, and that of course will have a ripple effect in terms of actually, for example, actually there will now be more learners actually in the class, 1 or 2 additional learners actually in the class in comparison to what it was last year. The other issue is, of course, that many of the provincial education departments, of course, had to actually cut in terms of, for example, actually the support staff in schools. They had to cut in terms of filling actually the office-based staff as well. So the 80-20 split, the 80-20 split is actually a bit skewed in terms of some of the provincial education departments. Going forward, actually, the Minister has asked us to look in terms of coming up with a new post-provisioning model actually going forward. Of course, as actually indicated, all of this is linked in terms of the funding in that regard, and we're now actually in the process in terms of to seeing how we can come up with a more cost-effective model in that regard. With regard to the vacancy rates actually at schools, I think Ms. Khaya has actually indicated in terms of how we actually deal with it. The filling of posts at schools is basically an ongoing process to ensure that there is no class without a teacher for all the grades. With regard to the post-level 1 vacancies, the schools are allowed to recruit at the local local level, and immediately as the vacancy occurs, actually make a temporary actually appointment. So as we indicated, there will always be a teacher actually in the classroom as well. We also got a national database whereby many of the provincial education department will actually contact us, and we will actually make the database available to actually to fill this as soon as possible. These appointments are then made actually on a permanent basis. Should the educator be, for example, in as of as the vacant post, there is a letter of agreement actually that the post can become actually a permanent post for a post-level 1 educator without the post being actually advertised, and on condition actually that it is a funded post in a on the staffing establishment actually the school, and that the educator has been in there for a period of about 90 days. So there's no need actually for that particular post to actually be to be advertised in that regard. A challenge, of course, still sit with regard to the advertisement, with regard to the with regard to who the management posts. These posts, of course, actually once it becomes actually vacant, the schools are allowed to appoint a educator against that post. For example, they will request a post level 1 educator to act actually as PhD at a particular school, and then they can actually appoint a contract educator actually in that post as well, actually under the post gets filled and actually advertised. Last year was actually a bit of challenge because a number of new school governing bodies, or actually all the school governing bodies had to be were actually appointed. So we had to, the provincial education department actually had to capacitate them in terms of this particular process. With regard to the involvement, there was a question of one of the honorable members with regard to the involvement on how. I can only request actually that honorable member please make that information available to us. The school, the provincial education department, and what it is about actually, so we can have that investigated as soon as possible. I find it strange actually that it is actually now, but the main reason actually that how it don't is not union, is not usually a union actually that employ educators. So it can also be actually whereby that can influence the appointment with regard to the public service post actually at school. But if that can be made actually available, we can actually have it actually investigated as soon as possible. I'm not going to speak about the basic education department. I think they came to give a presentation to the portfolio committee meeting actually last year. I think it's best suited actually that they come and report themselves in terms of how they're dealing actually with that. We don't have that particular information at that particular stage. Suffice to add actually that I think they have issued a press statement, I think on the 5th of January actually, that have added an additional 477 posts to the post basket in terms of dealing actually with growth, in terms of dealing actually with growth actually at schools, as well as in terms of actually trying to assist a number of schools. We are currently going out to the provinces. We were yesterday the Eastern Cape Education Department, part and parcel in terms of our compliance actually as well, whereby we're requesting and going through to see how we can assist the official education departments in terms of better actually utilizing the post in that regard. There was also a question with regard to the underqualified as educators. I can categorically state actually that there should not be any unqualified educators actually in the system at your mainstream schools. You will find unqualified educators, for example, at your technical schools, and there is a reason. There's the reason why, for example, if you're teaching, for example, somebody is actually a mechanic in that regard. If you don't find a qualified educator that is actually mechanics, so those will be actually unqualified educators actually at your technical at your technical schools. There's been a number of discussions taking place within the DBE to see how we can assist and get them actually qualified, but that is a process going forward actually. That's not going to take actually a number of years because many of these people actually don't want to change their profession actually what they're in because the work besides working actually sometimes for the department as well. They also for example do actually other jobs. With regard to the underqualified actually educators, there's around about 290 educators actually in the system at this particular stage, and these are most of them actually, if not all of them, are your old teachers actually, and we slowly starting to actually phase them out. We cannot just actually terminate the services. For example, it's all the people that's been appointed actually in 1984 actually backwards in that regard, and slowly through the national teachers actually getting old and actually retiring in that stage actually we cleaning out the system in that regard. No school is actually allowed to appoint an actually qualified teacher because we've got sufficient teachers actually in the system. We've got sufficient teachers in terms of actually waiting, in terms of being actually employed. They can only actually do it as a last resort, actually, by all means. For example, in a rural area whereby they cannot find an educator in that regard, but they need an extreme amount of motivation why they cannot find a qualified teacher. There was another issue that was raised by one of the honorable members, that certain schools are sitting with, for example, with regard to actually vacancy rates. Sorry, posts that has not been filled, for example. The example given was one school had actually 11 teachers, one school had some teen teachers actually as well. So in terms of that being actually a school, I can only request actually that names must be sent to us so that we can actually indicate and find out actually why those posts have actually not been filled actually. Many times also we have picked up actually that the principal has not even actually informed the provincial education department that we've got so many actually vacant posts. I can just request actually that the names of the schools actually be sent to us and that we can actually follow up actually why those posts have not been have not been have not been filled. One key issue that has been raised with regard to the grade R, that is with regard to the stipend that is currently actually being paid. From a TBE point of view, we have made various recommendations to all the provincial education departments in terms of a uniform stipend to be actually paid. We've issued actually many examples. One of the examples, for example, we actually made as well is that we use the entry level notch, for example, in terms of actually on what we appoint an entry level actually educator with regard to the post level one. However, actually, once again, it boils down to to, to, to the finances of the of actually all the departments, whereby they say that at a particular stage they cannot afford to basically increase the stipends actually of all figured out educators. Many of the provincial education departments, for example, in Northwest, actually Western Cape, I think it's actually Eastern Cape actually as well. Those education departments are already actually employing figured out educators in terms of the post level one post. Going forward, we've also already given the guidance to all the provincial education departments in terms of how figured out educators must be actually appointed in that regard, and likewise actually part of the valuable actually implementation. We're now actually in the process in terms of finalizing the norms and standards actually with regard to the R to be incorporated into the post provisioning model going forward. Thank you, Mr. I think I've actually answered all the questions that was raised with regard to actually educators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Faker. Can I ask Mr. Ndlebe to come in, please, on admissions?
Thank you very much, DDJ, and greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. There are direct questions that were asked specifically by Honorable Dr. Christian about two schools in the Eastern Cape, whether they were functional and up and running. We can confirm that the school in Alwal North is up and running. It is presenting grade 8 until 11. It has 4 languages, English, Afrikaans, Sesotho, and isiXhosa. So it is well equipped. And the other one, it is in the Buffalo City. It is also functional at the moment. Other questions related to the Free State, that there was overcrowding and what was happening in there, and what processes are in place to correct the situation in the Free State. Let us confirm that there is a process of relocating mobile classes from other classes to those areas in Bloemfontein, Botshabelo, Sasolburg, and Velkom. This is where we're experiencing overcrowding. But there were areas that were no longer utilizing mobile classes, so they are being transported as we speak. There are also new mobile classes that are being procured to deal with the situation. 2 schools have been built in the area. They are utilized now. There is a process in the Botshabelo area where there are too many primary schools, and these are being emptied to give way to secondary schools. Now, the list that you may find throughout the country of children unplaced, it doesn't necessarily mean that all these children are unplaced. There are children that have been referred to these schools, but once the department is finalizing their movement into the school, they still remain and appear as if they are not placed, whilst they know where to go as soon as these processes of arrival of mobile classes, schools that are being emptied are now ready and the teachers are ready, they will know where to go. So you'll find that it's only then that they'll be removed from the access list, so to say. Honorable Ngobeni is complaining about the late registration processes, especially in Gauteng, that they are not user-friendly. The reason why you see them not to be user-friendly is that schools that are full already will not appear in the list of late registration and online. It's only schools that still have space that appear. So a parent might be looking for specific schools to enroll as late registration and find that they are not in the system. So they are not in the system because they have already reached their capacity or are already overcrowded. So what appears are schools that still have spaces, and that's where the frustration comes from. I think Honorable Shikwambani was referring to issues of relocations and how we deal with them in the sector. We prioritize a relocation, which means the parent that was in Gauteng and has moved to Limpopo should receive priority, even if a school is full. Those children should be prioritized because they didn't know they were going to move there. They didn't apply in time because they didn't know. The environment is new to them. They didn't know where else to go. So normally what we do on Honorable Shikwambani is that from the provincial department up to the national department, there are offices like an office that I manage that will receive these queries of parents that get frustrated. And then they write to us and then we intervene on their behalf. So I can assure you that the sooner we get information about a relocation case and the parent is still frustrated, we will deal with it and we will ensure that it then gets the necessary intervention that they require. So I'm expecting to get details of the parents so that we can follow up with Limpopo department. The school in White River area, Mtungwa, where it's overcrowded, we are confirming that it is overcrowded. It has about 900 and something children in there, and they are currently using 18 classrooms instead of 20. But what led to the school to be overcrowded? Let's admit and confirm now that this is inadequacies of the department, that we're not monitoring adequately when the school is full and allow the principal to stop admissions. Because the area is very small, Chairperson. And the children that live in that vicinity will never fill up that school. So this school is filled by children that are coming from other areas, leaving their schools behind. So what should have happened if we were monitoring adequately as a province or a district? We should have noted when the school reached capacity and instructed the principal not to proceed to admit learners when it doesn't even have enough furniture for that matter. So this is what I call inadequacies of the department that happens there. Now, the grade 8 shortages, especially raised by the chairperson of the portfolio committee in Gauteng. It's a unique situation of having too many primary schools in the area, very few high schools in the very same area. And this is what is leading to these challenges. It's not poor planning, Chairperson. This is an issue that we are failing as a country to keep pace with the development of townhouses and the development and the construction of shopping malls that are mushrooming at all times, most people are moving from townships into these suburbs, and we are not keeping pace with the building of schools in those areas. One other reason is that there's no land to build additional schools in those places, and that we can't even continue to build additional classes and put in mobile classrooms in those areas. Schools are there, but they are in wrong places. In places like Soweto, they are running empty because people have moved into suburbs and they live in these suburbs, and we just can't keep pace with those. There was a time when we were building schools in the Eastern Cape. Every week we were opening up a school. Most of the schools are now empty because as soon as somebody gets employment, they uproot their families and move into suburban area. So we are struggling to keep pace with the number of people that are showing in these places. So what are we doing as a department to deal with the numbers that you see of unplaced learners? One thing that we need to indicate to members of the portfolio committee is that those numbers tend to represent a lot of duplicates. For example, in the Western Cape, parents are encouraged to apply to up to 10 schools. So the names of these children are going to appear in 10 different schools, whereas it takes us a little bit of time to really confirm that this child is now placed, then remove him from the remaining 9 schools where he appeared. We are now playing what we call a balancing act, that in an area where there are children that are not placed, and following up with what the Bella Act instructs us to do is to bring all the neighboring schools, present the number of learners that have not been admitted, and play that balancing act where there are schools that are not fully utilized. Then that communication continues with the SGB so that the area can equally share and have these learners distributed to utilize the various spaces that are in there. Let me hasten to say this challenge was brought by the fact that the Bella Act was signed in December, and our admission processes were closed around about August and September. So it found us in the middle or where admission has been completed already. But what we're doing, because schools understand that the implementation of the Bella Act is in full force. These negotiations are going on, and I can report with confidence that we're no longer experiencing those problems where schools just refuse to admit additional learners because they had our then SLCBs. Our schools and SGB associations, I can mention organizations like FETSAS, are very cooperative in assisting us utilize the empty spaces that previously wouldn't have been utilized. I was impressed to hear even the MEC in the Western Cape saying we're negotiating with schools for them to take even extra learners beyond the school capacity, because this is what the Act says we should do in order to balance the number of learners in a vicinity. Chairperson, those are the issues about admissions, with a commitment that when these numbers drop because of the Balancing Act and removing the duplicates, you'll realize that we don't have as many numbers as you see in the script, which was sent to you probably last week. So we have moved far from that by now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ndebe. Can I ask Dr. Polia to come in on that issue around the 0% that schools achieve on pass rate? Dr. Polia, are you able to come in on that one? Chairperson, I wanted the exam specialist in the house to just answer exactly what do they do. There is a process which they deal with specifically around how they manage the 0% pass rate, what the factors were that contributed to that, and how they put in place interventions, and he would have been best placed to do that. What I undertake to do in response to that particular question is we can provide it with a written response to the committee members. And then I just wanted to say in terms of the ECD,
DDG.
yes, Mr. Ndlebe?
Dr. Podi was supposed to give us the exact stats of how many of those schools have 0%. But the
Yes.
reason behind the zeros is the reason that the management and governance section will be able to provide. And the main reason is that when you check these schools that have zeros, are schools that are considered to be small and non-viable. We normally define a primary school as a school that has more than 135 learners and a secondary more than 200 and above. So if a school has less than those, it then gets disadvantaged in the sense that it doesn't get a full complement of teachers because teacher allocation is done through the number of learners that are in a school. So if it's a secondary school, and it has around 100 learners and below. And these are the schools that normally give us a zero. There's no way they can have all the teachers to teach all the subjects and all the periods at the same time. So that is why even in the Bella Act, you've got a section that talks to small and non-viable schools, where schools are encouraged to be merged and children are moved within the vicinity according to what is feasible and what is possible. So if we move with the Bella Act and merge certain schools, they will be able to perform because they'll have enough teachers that will cover everything. I must indicate there are small and non-viable schools that may be giving you good results, but the truth is that these are not results that are coming from the school itself, but these are results because districts and provinces will put these children in camps and put them on weekends and even school holidays, and the results then come out there. But if a school was left alone, these results wouldn't be there. So the problem is that children are not getting adequate teaching, they're not taught all subjects, and they're not covering the enough hours that are allocated per period in order to cover that because they are small and non-viable. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Mr. Ndlebe. So I'm not sure if Dr. Polya can come in. Are you trying to come in, Dr. Polya?
Yes, I'm trying to hear. Am I audible now?
Okay, it's better now. I can hear you. Please provide your part of the response.
Am I audible, DDG?
Yes, I can hear you. Please come in.
Okay, my apologies. I was struggling to unmute on my laptop. But if I can just add to what Mr. Ndlebe has already articulated, my apologies. Let me greet the Honorable Chair, our Honorable Minister, and Honorable members. There are basically three schools that have scored 0% in the 2024 NSC examinations. And of these three schools, two of them are our special needs schools. And as indicated by Mr. Ndlebe, the numbers are low. Two of them are special schools, and one of them is a private school. And one of the schools, which is Buko Sibetu from Pumalanga, has 15 learners. The second school is from Northern Cape, Red Tlameleng Special School with 3 learners, and City of Light, which is the independent school with 4 learners. Now, one of the problems that we've identified with our special schools, in the case of Buko Sibetu from Pumalanga and Red Tlameleng, is that these learners can write the endorsed metric. Now, the endorsed metric is a 5-subject metric, which is specially designed to accommodate learners with special needs. But unfortunately, our parents are not amenable to having their learners write the endorsed matric. And parents of learners from special school still want their learners to write the full 7-subject matric, and that has contributed to the poor performance in the two special schools. But obviously, the district teams have already gone to the schools and looked at how these schools could be supported. Obviously, where there are 3 learners and 4 learners at a school, you're not going to be able to provide the specialist support required in our specialist subject, and that explains the poor performance in these 3 schools. But obviously, work has started, and certainly we hope that we will not see a 0% in schools in 2025. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My apologies for the technical glitch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Polya. So the last area, Honorable Chairperson, is just around the ECD. And I just wanted to indicate around the ECD that we are coming to the Portfolio Committee on the 18th of February, where we will be doing a detailed report on ECD and all the areas that the honorable members have asked us to cover around what exactly our vision is, what our plan is around how we are going to accommodate all these centers. There were questions around the extent to which we will look at bringing these centers, on board in terms of whether the 7,000 or the resources provided is sufficient, and just exactly how we are going to bring all these centers on board in terms of learning programs and so on. So we've got a very detailed report that we will bring on the 18th of February. And I'm hoping that the members would accept that that would be the opportunity for a vigorous engagement on the ECD matters, because this is a very complex area. They do not operate as public schools. They are operating as independent centers, and there's a lot of support and there's a lot of funding that is required that needs to go into these areas. And so our plan, our presentation will then tease out all of that when we come on the 18th. So I'm going to close it there if you allow, Honorable Chairperson, and we will then be with you on that topic on the 18th. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much to the department for the responses.
Chairperson, we've lost you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I am sorry. So I was saying, due to time constraints, I'm going to have to allow us to close it here with the department. And if there are follow-up questions, members, please indicate so that we can send to the department. The department then can submit written responses. With questions that relate to provinces directly, and other members were making suggestions that we should call those provinces before the committee. We will look at our term program. We will look at how can we fit, if members are really keen on meeting on Fridays, because it is committee day. However, many a times members are caught up in other meetings. But if we are keen, we can utilize that day and ensure that we at least have sessions separately with the specific provinces on the specific issues. We will share, Minister, with you the report of that oversight visit to the special school in Limpopo. Actually, the visit was prompted by media inquiries, and we just had to go and see what the issues were. So we'll send you that report after it is adopted by the portfolio committee. So thank you very much for your time. And we will definitely send follow-up questions from the committee. But we will meet each other in the next week. Thank you very much to the team and everyone. And then the members of the committee, let us remain to deal with the 2 reports of the committee. The department, you are released. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the members.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, can we quickly flight the two reports? Members of the committee, you would have received these reports. We sent out these reports to members. The first one is of the the portfolio committee's attendance of the official release of the National Senior Certificate results for 2024. And we're not going to read this report because I take it it has been read already. I'm just going to check if members want to make additions and amendments so that we can adopt the report. Any hands? Okay. In the absence of additions, can we adopt the report? Honorable Nube.
Chair.
Honorable Law.
Thank you very much, Chair. Without any waste of time, I will adopt the report because I went through the report and it's a true reflection.
Yeah. Honorable Nube.
Yes, I second it.
Okay. Thank you. The report is duly adopted. The second report is of the visit that the chair undertook to Sitotolwana Special School in Limpopo. This visit, honorable members, and I should give a context and background, was prompted by media inquiry that we had received last year already. The media inquiry was indicating that the previous portfolio committee had taken or undertaken an oversight visit to this specific school in 2015. And upon they made observations, and the observations were really concerning to an extent where the committee had suggested and to the department in Limpopo that they move the learners to another suitable area because the conditions of the area they were at the time were not conducive. And then from there, the learners were moved to another location. However, the inquiry then came to us to say the conditions that were noted by the then previous portfolio committee when they did the visit were still prevalent in the new location. And this was an inquiry that was made in November to the portfolio committee. But already we had already done our oversight visit and we could not do an oversight visit. And the inquiry was then brought back in January when we reopened. And having noted the fact that we've adopted that we're going to do our oversight this year in KZN, and we will not have time to go and do oversight. We then did a request to the House chairperson responsible for committees to go and do the oversight as the chair, myself alone with Mr. Brown as the support personnel that accompanied me to this visit. We recorded the entire visit and we can share the recordings of the entire visit. But also that is the report we're presenting to you. Just the highlights of the report. The school is a special needs school. It's for children who are deaf and blind children. It is a school that accommodates about 300 and something learners. When we arrived at the school, or the inquiry was firstly saying that the classes were suspended because of renovations that had started a year ago. And indeed, when we got to the school, classes were suspended. We went to visit on, I think it was on the 17th or the 16th, the 18th. Now, learners had not been to school. They only started schooling on the day of our visit, which was a Monday, and schools had reopened on a Wednesday already the previous week. And of course, the conditions of the hostels, as I had already alluded during the discussion, that they were deplorable. There was issues of water. So the SGB and SMT reported to the committee that the reason why they had suspended classes was because of issues of water, not necessarily the issue of renovations. But we could tell that it was also issues of renovations because the hostels were in no condition to house learners. So there were many other issues that were raised, which are in the report, and we hope members have read the report. We've made some recommendations to the department there and there. We've even requested and we've said to the department there must be consequence management as to why learners did not start classes on the first day of schooling. And we said that whoever was responsible must be held accountable because the SMT, the school, the circuit, the district were responsible to ensure that everything was ready for learners to start schooling on the first day of schooling. So that is the report. I was just giving just highlights because I hope members have read the report. So I think I'm going to then allow members if there's engagements because I understand this is a oversight visit that members were not part of. If there are questions, discussions, and also recommendations on how do we deal with the matter moving forward. Honorable Shkwambani, your hand is a legacy hand, right? I should treat it as such. Honorable Shkwambani?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, my hand was up at the time when there was no clear response on the 0% pass rate, but finally it came through. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Ngobeni?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report as well. And I think this report is indicative of a couple of things that perhaps as a committee we need to have a conversation around how we proceed forward, particularly in terms of assisting the department. We know that the issues are insurmountable. The report really highlighted, I think one of our members at one of the early portfolio committee meetings last year mentioned the issue of the target to deal with the issue of pit latrines. And some schools, particularly in remote areas, were not willing to have pit latrines removed simply because of this very issue of water. And so I think it's a very important issue we have to deal with, water provision. And I would propose that while the Department of Education is dealing with these matters of school infrastructure, we also need to be able to do some kind of joint committee with the Department of Water and Sanitation because it cuts across. And so when one was going through the report, that was what was glaring for me because it's not only in remote areas, it's also in township schools where children are not able to attend school because there is no water facilities at the school. And I think the number of days that kids get to be able to attend school is important for outcomes. And so we can't keep on hearing about the fact that there is no water at schools. What actually is the plan to mitigate moments or times when municipalities are not able to provide water for schools? Learning cannot just stop simply because there is no water. People are having JoJo tank provided all over the place. Why are schools not prioritized in a similar fashion? So thank you to yourself and Mr. Brown and the other teams for the report. But I think it would be very beneficial if the committee can also receive the live recordings of the oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Any other? Okay, Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I've managed to read the report and I'm quite happy that you took such initiative on behalf of the committee because looking at the time frame of 2016, 2015, 2018, it means we really needed to pull up our socks. I want to further add that we should maybe within a period of every 7 days check onto the progress because the only and to find a recourse on making sure that there's consequence management with regard to those who could have led to the delay of the school having to get adequate resources. More so where we're dealing with children with special needs in such a school, it's inhumane and it's undermining their basic rights to access to water and access to conducive educational conditions. So I want to, as maybe moving forward, to agree with the report, and I agree with Honorable Lagato, should we get our fully fledged recording so that we are able to further check onto the matter, because it will need to be our baby as a portfolio committee to maintain and make sure that all of these things recommended are implemented. And hence I'm proposing additionally on your recommendations, we put timeframes that are very realistic in such a way that they will give us report and the department will be accountable for such. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Law. Any other taker? Maybe to say, honorable members, fully agree with you, Honorable Ngobeni, that it is. I think one of the conversation, it will not only be with the Department of Water and Sanitation. I think we should include in this joint committee meeting the Department of Local Government, because we ought to have some form of a memorandum of agreement between municipalities and the Department of Basic Education, that schools ought to be treated differently. It's like a hospital. Despite issues of payment of municipality, the school, you can't then stop water, because then you are tampering with a very significant service. So it's like in a hospital, you can't say a hospital because they are owing the municipality, we're going to just close water. Patients will die. I mean, how will patients bathe? Schools are the same. And I think there should be that conversation where we say there ought to be some form of a memorandum of agreement. And also we mitigate that memorandum of agreement with certain steps that municipalities can take to ensure that schools also pay for the services that they receive. But in many cases, this issue of saying a municipality stopped water because we could not pay, it's becoming a serious issue. And as a result, learners lose days of schooling. So I fully agree. Honorable members, we take it that the report is adopted. Is that agreed to?
Yes, Chair.
Agreed.
Okay. With that said, Mr. Brown, do we have any outstanding item on the agenda?
Just one set of minutes, Chairperson. That's the one set of minutes from our very last meeting in December. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, I hope you went through the last set of minutes in December. I went through the minutes myself. I hope members still remember what we discussed, but anyhow, those are the minutes. Can we adopt the minutes?
Chair.
Honorable Jordan and Honorable, is it Speaker? Honorable Jordan?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it's Honorable Lowe is also raising his hand. Chairperson, I don't have any problem with these minutes. They seem to be a true reflection of what was discussed during that meeting. Only perhaps a proposal to change the wording on point 4, which includes the Portfolio Committee's resolution. And the first point, which I recall following that meeting, was that we'd schedule an engagement with the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. And then the second one seems to be rather unclear. The first sentence indicates that we'll source legal advice on the matter and draft a report, and then with recommendations. And then the recommendations are sort of outlined there. And I don't think that's a problem, but surely the legal advice would inform what the recommendations would eventually be. So I don't know if perhaps there is a better way to list those proposed recommendations of the report, or maybe just to say that the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education to receive the necessary legal advice on the matter, which would inform recommendations drafted in a report. I just think that some of these recommendations that we are listing here might be in alignment or contrary to possible legal advice that we are going to seek. So I think it's just creating a little bit of confusion about the intention of the legal advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Jordan. And agreed, Mr. Brown, that we should rather say these are the recommendations of the portfolio committee pending legal advice that is going to be sought by the committee. You can find a better way to really draft that, but I understand what Honorable Jordan is raising, that they can't be definitive, the recommendations. Of course, they will have to be guided by the legal advice we'll get. Any other hands? So, Honorable, you're done with those amendments. You are moving for adoption.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to also second the minutes adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. The minutes are adopted. The minutes are adopted. Mr. Brown, please, let's just make those amendments, the two amendments that we've spoken to, and then the minutes are duly adopted. Honorable members, thank you very much for your time. I hope you've familiarized yourself with the term, the updated first term program. We are going to be undertaking an oversight visit to KZN. The dates will be communicated. I'm sure Mr. Brown is already communicating with the members on the logistical arrangements. So we will finalize, I think, the finer details. If honorable members still want to suggest other schools, we've identified two districts, which is Uku District and Ilembe. If members still want to suggest other schools that they think are banning, please suggest to Mr. Brown so that we can see how we can fit them into the itinerary. If it is feasible to fit that visit, we'll do that. If it is not, we'll engage with the member and see how then we work around the itinerary and the program. Thank you very much for your time, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, Recording Chair. Stopped.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Have a good day.